I got a bone to pick with you guys. I said we were going to a Mexican restaurant for lunch for Father's Day. I read out 80% of the menu. When I said chilaquiles, chat exploded. It's got to be the chilaquiles. No. You don't want the enchilada, bro. You got to get the chilaquiles. Chilaquiles, Pog. You don't see that at every restaurant. Okay, no problem. I said to myself, Chad knows best. They're always talking about Mexican food. Let me give it a try. So, appetizer, I got the chips and guac. Imagine my surprise when the main chilaquiles shows up, and that shit is chips in salsa. You almost made me give my wife the ick, bro. I had chips for appetizer and chips for entree. You know how sad that is? I'm like 5 years old, man. When the entree came out and it was just chips again, I was like, I can't let Kate see this, man. Hey, Rex Mechanica, thanks for the gifted subs. Hey, Doaku, thanks for the gifted subs. Thank you. Were they good? Yeah, they were fucking good. But like honestly, it would have been better maybe if I just got like carne asada or something like that. I didn't need that many chips. That's too many chips, man. It was good. Next time, get the tacos al pastor. There might not be a next time, man. There might not be a next time. Because we got a quesadilla for my child, and she said, I don't like it because there's chicken on it. So then we found like part of the quesadilla that was just cheese. And then she said, I don't like it because it's just like a grilled cheese. And I was like, what the fuck, man? You can't win. You can't have shit with these cats. All she wants is pasta, man. But I'm trying to like, take her to restaurants where they don't necessarily have like spaghetti on the menu 100% of the time, and she's not having it. Pasta daughter or chip son? I'd have to go pasta daughter because at least there's like, pasta and tomato sauce is pretty good for you. You're getting some decent vegetable content. You can mess around with the pasta a little bit. You can hide vegetables in it pretty easily. There's something in there. Will you play Poke Rogue for my birthday? Nah. Didn't Apollo was telling me that Poke Rogue went down, and in order to get back into your account, you had to submit like a forgotten password request to a Google Doc, because apparently all of the accounts are being managed in one single Google Doc. And it takes like 2 weeks for them to get to you because there's a huge backlog. That's just what Apollo told me, okay? Now, sometimes I'm not saying he's an arbiter of misinformation. I'm just saying that, like, someone must have told him that because he passed it on to me. I understand how it is. You start making like a hobby project that you think is like just going to be for you, and then like 1 million people play it. And you're like, oh shit, now I got to like conform to reasonable cybersecurity and data handling standpoints, or standards, I should say. I can't just have that shit like reading a text document off of my desktop. But no, that's not going to happen. That's okay, though. I'm just waiting for you, getting it all out of the system. I know you've been saving it up for a long time. It's Monday morning, man. We're getting into it. I've been saving it. I'm waiting for all the did you sees to get out of the way because I haven't seen much of anything. I saw 18 minutes of Spain versus Croatia, the highest scoring soccer game that's ever existed in UEFA history. You see Rory McIlroy blow the U.S. Open? No, but good for them. In Pride Month, good for them. I don't watch golf. I don't even play it. It's crazy to me that, I mean, it's crazy in like an aspirational way that golf courses are open like Monday to Friday and the weekend. Like on the weekend, that makes perfect sense to me. Most people are not working. But like the golf course is open like Tuesday at 8 a.m. That's fucking crazy, man. What do you mean by that? Well, I mean, like most people are working, man. It just goes to show you how much like retirees are subsidizing the golf industry, bro. What are you doing Tuesdays 8 a.m.? Hopefully being about, I'd like to be about an hour and 15 minutes into my Peloton ride. Depends on when I wake up, which usually depends on when my daughter goes to sleep, though. Pretty good ride today, 90-minute scenic Santiago Chile ride. I know you're vibing with that, Guiga. I know you're vibing with that. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? You're from Brazil. They're like close. They're close. They're the whole continent apart, east-west. Yeah, okay, but let's be honest. It's not the widest continent, is it? South America, people? It's not, is it? It's not the widest continent. Asia, much wider. Africa, I must assume, is wider. North America, easily wider. Brazil is gigantic, bro. People from the fifth largest country by area in the world be like, my country's huge. Yeah, okay. Try being number 2. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. I'd love to be the one who disappoints you when I don't fall down. Yeah, but if you take out all the lakes, Canada, fuck you, man. If you take out all the lakes, Minnesota wouldn't even exist. No Bob Dylan, no Prince, no fucking, I think the guy from My Pillow maybe is from there. I'm not sure. The 3 most famous Minnesotans. Paul Bunyan maybe, I don't know. He is? Okay, just checking. Jesse Ventura, that's true. Jesse Ventura. The Replacements, Husker Du. You got some musicians out there for sure. Joe Biden? Nope. Nope, not Joe Biden. More people live in California than Canada? Yeah, and more people live in Bangladesh than California. What's your point? 7 is a bigger number than 4. 4 is a bigger number than negative 12. Who gives a shit? Welcome to society. Is that even true? Is it true that Bangladesh has more people than California? Okay, let's check on that for a second. Bangladesh population, 171.2 million. California population, 39.0. Listen, keep it up, little bro. You're almost there. Only off by about 100 milli or so. They wish they were from LA? That might be true, but we don't need to get into that. That's a much broader issue. Complaining about housing prices? What are you talking about? That's the thing. The number one thing people say about Vancouver as a knock is like that it's expensive. And you're like, yeah, it's because people want to live here, man. It's I mean, there's a lot of issues, don't get me wrong. But supply and demand. Partly, there's a lot of demand here for some reason. D.L. Guiga doesn't get it. He thinks the seawall is underutilized and bereft of mixed-use developments. It's not a demand problem. Aren't you an economist? I'm just waiting. I think that listen. I even apologize for saying it because I think if you work in finance, being called an economist is like when someone calls me like an influencer instead of a content creator. I think I've accidentally, yes, I've mislabeled your profession. I'd like to apologize for that. You must work in finance because if you were an economist, you probably wouldn't get 6 months of paternity leave. And we love that for you, man. We love that for you. We're just razzing. Let me see here. Let me see. Love your TikToks, King. Thank you. The one where I was making fun of Ragnarok 2 didn't pop off, huh? 40,000 views. Pathetic. What about this one? You will not catch me in line to take a photo of a dude in a costume. Here we go. Let's see the comments. Bros beefing with the simulacrum. Can somebody explain this to me? This should have been my espresso. Gooner son or Gamba daughter? Gooner son, 100%. Gambling destroys lives. But it also makes a very small percentage of people generationally wealthy. So society is still kind of like debating whether the good is worth the bad. I'm not talking about the people who win while gambling. I'm talking about the people who own the casinos. Yes, get it twisted. How's the Peloton today? Pretty good, pretty good. Zach, thank you for the gifted subscriptions, by the way. I'm not trying to like blow you out or anything. You have to take a stand at some point, okay? So I don't know if it was Friday or Saturday. I did a 90-minute ride. Zach shows up 13 minutes in and high fives me every 90 seconds till the end. So he gives me a high five, I give him a high five back. He gives me a high five, I give him a high five back. One thing you need to know, I'm a millennial. You know, I was on Facebook in '06. So I'm never losing a poke war, okay? If you poke me, I'm poking you back. That's how it goes. I will always get the last poke. So at the end of the ride, because I finished it 13 minutes before he did, because he joined later than like after I started, I like high-fived him back and then just closed, like power cycled the fucking bike. So I get the last word there, okay? So same situation today. Zach shows up on the ride, I don't know, 13 minutes in or something like that, sends me a high five, I send him a high five. That's like me saying, welcome to the ride, I see you, best of luck to you. 74 minutes left in the ride, he sent me a high five. I said, no, we're not doing that. For 74 minutes, I just pedaled and minded my own business. And then at the end of the ride, I sent another high five to say, best of luck on the rest of the ride. There's a wave when you get there, and there's a wave when you leave now, okay? Hey, Lobo Senior, thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. And Sully, you got like a little bit of collateral damage there because you joined and I high-fived you, and then you high-fived me again like 15 minutes later, and I said, no, because then if I high-five you, I got to high-five Zach. And if I high-five Zach, then I'm never going to be able to focus on the wattage. So you kind of got a little bit of the blowback there. But I just had to protect like my own self-interest there, you know? Sounds exhausting. Yeah, I guess if you think like tapping a button on a screen is like more exhausting than putting out 204 watts with your legs for 90 minutes. It's honestly kind of a nice break mentally sometimes to just send a high five so that you get like 3 seconds of not feeling like you're engaging in physical exertion. Are we making fun of introverts now? I think we should. And I say that as an introvert myself. I think going to Japan and Korea like permanently broke my brain though. So I was like a little shy sometimes. I'd be like, oh, like my wife would be like, "Oh, they didn't bring the ketchup for my fries," and I gotta like fucking psych myself up. Like, oh, I'm gonna say excuse me when the waitress walks by and go, "Can we get some ketchup for my wife's fries?" Then I was in Japan and Korea and I couldn't do shit because I like basically don't speak the language. And then when I got back to Canada, I was like, "What the fuck you mean? I'm shy to speak the only language I know, you dumb motherfucker." I'll just be making conversation now. I think I've accidentally like extroverted myself. I'm making small talk with service workers, bro. It's a different neurochemistry lately. Hang on, I just got to check on something, then we'll do the dulls. I agree with you. I think like it just feels, even if the interaction is meaningless, it just feels nice to talk to people, man. And the fucked up thing is I also feel like introverts are like, I don't want to engage in small talk. Then they go to Japan and they're like, hey, sign me up for the maid cafe. The most fucking nightmarish extrovert social interaction you could ever ask for in your entire life. Sugoi, you ordered a strawberry milkshake. Strawberry milkshake, strawberry milkshake. Let's bring the king a strawberry milkshake. Like, you're cooked, man. You gotta. Yes, thank you. That is my hell. And I've done it twice, I think. The first time I just got, I think I got a melon soda, and it was just awkward. The second time, there were 3 people total in the maid cafe, or like me, Kate, and one more table. And the other table did the like $200 upcharge to get all the maids to do like a pop idol performance on the little stage in the middle of the restaurant while we crowded the stage and had like coordinated glowing light wands and shit. And I was like, I'm gonna fucking die. This is too much, man. I haven't been to the Robot Cafe, but I heard it's kind of sick. It closed? No! It sucked anyway? Okay! That's fine too. I'm not a themed cafe guy. I don't know. I think like I've become a caricature of myself. I really do see myself as some kind of like fucking clandestine Anthony Bourdain. Like if I go into a restaurant and it doesn't have like one 58-year-old alcoholic who's hammered at 1 p.m. on a weekday, I'm like, this place has no real soul. This isn't a real place. This is a business. This isn't a restaurant. This isn't a community gathering place. You don't even have like a real alcoholic in here. The owner of the restaurant isn't sitting at a table, you know, drinking like 2 Peronis an hour for the entire 12 hours the restaurant's open, just watching soccer on a little TV that's 100 feet away, like wall mounted in the corner. Is this even a real restaurant? Are you even in it for like the love of the game or what? Exactly, man. Yeah, there's not like a 3-year-old kid coming out of the kitchen every 10 minutes and going like, "Mommy, look what I did." There's fucking 3 teenagers doing homework at a table and occasionally refilling your water. The dulls. The dulls, they say. The dulls. Hey, now, big fan. I'm spinning 300 RPM right now. Are you at space camp? Are you Buzz Aldrin? Oh, because he's a big fan. That's very clever. How Shakespearean. It still seems fast as fuck. How fast does a normal fan spin at? I don't know because mine doesn't have any blades. We're so back and we're so playing Pokedoku. Happy Father's Day, everybody. Happy belated Father's Day. Hope you enjoyed yourself. How was your Father's Day? Mexican for lunch, pizza for dinner. And I think you know that's a good day. As far as I'm concerned, that's a good day. No sushi? It's Father's Day, bro. I was going to say it's every day, bro, but it's decidedly not every day, bro. And a buffet for dinner. Happy Swag Monday to you as well, to you and yours. Dual type bug. Final evolution bug. Monotype bug. This is easy, man. This is easy. This is simple. Paldea Area 0, that's impossible. Fossil, that's hard. Okay, give me a sec. I bet I can get 5 today. Bug dual type is a gimme. You go Scyther. That's a go-to. Bug final evolution, you go Beedrill. Why not, man? Why not? That's not a fossil, so I don't mind. Bug monotype, see, that one's a little tricky for me. I feel like maybe you could throw out like a Weedle or something. Okay, apparently that's the stupidest guess. Apparently a little caterpillar with a spike on his head is not exclusively a bug. All right, that's fine. There's other bugs. Who's that? The beetle with the little, or maybe he's an ant. He's got like the pincer. You know which one I'm talking about? Hey, I'm using my Ask the Audience on this one. Not Trapinch, but you're on the right. Durant. Yeah. Oh, but I gotta be honest. I gotta bail on my Ask the Audience because he looks steel as fuck, bro. He's shiny and chrome. Okay, final evolution fossil though. That's like a Omastar. Or do we go Omastar is the dual type, just in case? And then final evolution could be like Kabutops, who may be a dual type but may not be. And then monotype fossil, just toss me like an Omanite. I'm gonna, or maybe a Kabuto. Looks like it could be monotype fossil. How about Omanite? Maybe could be Rockwall. Okay. Well, we need one more. Bug monotype seems like a gimme. Bug monotype. How about the most bug of all? A mosquito. Mosquitor. Bugly. Blip bug. Charge bug. That's got to be electric. But scatterbug. Scatterbug. That's just a bug, bro. Yeah! I don't think I can name a single Pokemon from Paldea. But I also can't name another fossil. So, that's an issue. How about Fossilio? How about Carbink? Probably not a fossil, now that I think about it. Cubone, not a fossil, though he wears a skull. Curious. Paldea. Monotype. Fossil. Mew. Is Mew a fossil? I don't know. I don't think I can name another fossil, to be honest with you. But 5 out of 9 is like, that's a good day in my world. Rampardos. Rampardos is a fossil. I didn't know that. I know him from PokeGo. So I should, I didn't know he was a fossil. He just looks like a rock, but so do a lot of them. The heck is Dudunsparce? Brother, what the fuck is Wo Chien? Forget about Dudunsparce, man. What the fuck is this? So pile of leaves? Most common, cranidos. 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 Another Dune word. What was the Dune word last week? Liepitor. He will know our ways as if born to them. Something like that. I can't remember. Anyway. Piss Filter. This is Metal Gear Solid 3. This is Layer Cake. This is a movie that takes place in England. It was probably filmed in the 2010s or the 2020s. But it looks kind of good. I don't know. This is crazy. Is it possible this is Mission Impossible? It's also France, buddy. That's not England, that's France. Well, whatever. It's not GeoGuessr. Paris, je t'aime. We got Michael Sheen. Michael Sheen's involved in this one. Perhaps this is Death at a Funeral. They don't have it. Okay. I mean, Michael Sheen movies, you got Frost Nixon. That's goated. They don't have that in the list, apparently. Okay, we got Tom Hiddleston and Allison Pill. Wait, just God is my witness. I have no idea what this is. Oh, it's Midnight in Paris. Okay, that makes perfect sense. Now I know what it is. Smoking the cigarette the long way. You're not Woody Allen pilled? Cinematically, like, yeah, I've seen Annie Hall. I've seen Manhattan. I've seen Vicky Cristina Barcelona. On a personal level, no. And, like, I think when I turned, like, 20 years old, I was kind of like, yo, fuck this guy. I'm not going to watch his movies anymore. So, you know. I'm trying to think what restaurant I was in this weekend that had a Woody Allen picture on the wall. And I was like, man, that was like a he don't got internet type moment for me. I was like, I'm not going to be uncharitable and assume the restaurant is like, we endorse this guy and like everything he's ever done. They probably put that shit on the wall in like 1998 or something before they got a modem. And then they're like, we're just riding it out till retirement. He don't got internet, man. The Daily Dozen. The director, you'll be hanging. I heard they got your man. Heard they got your man on. It's not even really a charge, but it is like, it's pretty fucked up. +2 Lou Ratchet. And yet, Vibe magazine only gave him 15th funniest person on the internet. I wasn't even on the list. I'm not saying I should be up over Drewski. Come on, but come on, Lou Ratchet though, 15th from the one skit that I know. Bruce Arians won 2012 AP Coach of the Year during a season in which he was interim head coach of this AFC team. Yeah, of course. Probably the Ravens, historically, they don't hire and fire. Well, maybe, I don't know. Let's try. Whatever. Before playing in the NFL and MLB, Drew Henson played quarterback at this Big Ten school. Big Ten. How about Big Tennessee? Nope. Nice try. Which Celtics player took home the NBA Finals MVP during Boston's 2008 championship season? I'm going to say Kevin Garnett. That's also wrong. It was not KG. It was Paul Pierce. Okay. That's crazy. I was watching that one. I watched, I don't know, it was game 6 or something when they won, but I didn't really follow basketball, so I was like, who's this guy? That's not Kevin Garnett. Joining NASA in 1978, this physicist and astronaut became the first American woman to fly into space. Who is Sally Ride? Roberta Bondar clears. I don't know if that's true. That's Robert Downey Jr. and Sarah Jessica Parker. It also kind of looks like Limmy's waking up face. You know the Limmy waking up image? 100% pure squeezed Florida sunshine and the juice that starts it all are slogans associated with Tropicana, I'm guessing. Because there's only like 2 orange juice brands. There's Tropicana and Simply Orange. From 1994 to 2009, the medical drama ER aired on what major network? That's an NBC classic. Directed by Martin Scorsese, this 2004 biographical drama starring Leonardo DiCaprio, that's The Aviator. This R&B group had 3 songs chart top 5 on the Billboard Hot 100 in 1991. I Want to Sex You Up, I Adore Mi Amor, and All for Love. Please be Boys to Men. Seems a little early for Boys. Oh, it's not Boys to Men. Color Me Bad. I mean, I'll just be honest with you. It might surprise you. 1991, a little bit before my time. Just a little bit before my time. For the radio, at least. I probably started listening to the radio, I'm going to say 90, 97, 98. Age 3, I was mostly listening to, you know, Mama's little baby loves shortening, shortening. Mama's little baby loves shortening bread. Hey, did you see that? I'm not trying to say society is cooked. It's kind of. You can draw your own inferences. Did you see that 38% of all watch time on Disney Plus is attributed to Bluey now? 38% of all watch time on Disney. Now listen, there's a lot of garbage on Disney Plus, don't get me wrong, but there's also all of Ridley Scott's films because he's worked with 20th Century Fox for his entire career, and Disney bought Fox in like 2021 or something like that. Yeah, but parents aren't going to put on fucking Alien Covenant when their kids are watching. Yeah, I'm just saying, though. They could watch part of The Last Duel. They could watch the G-rated cut of The Last Duel, man. It's impressive that Bluey is 38%. Because it also has like the sum total of all of Disney's child-driven programming for like its 100-year existence. Now, I know kids aren't going to be like, "Yay, Steve-O Willie!" But, like, they got all the Pixar shit as well. So it's kind of crazy that it's 38%, but... Yeah, it's the show where they beat the shit out of the dad. People are starting to wake up, man. People are starting to wake up. I'm just the first person. I'm just the avatar for the voice of the Lord. It's not men's rights. Well, I mean, I guess it is. I think that dad has a right to not get the shit scratched out of him with rakes. That's like a human right, man. That shit's in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. You should not let your kids scratch the shit out of your abdomen with a gardening tool. It's too much. I know I've said it, and I'm trying to resist becoming a caricature. But like, I do, in my heart of hearts, I believe that Bluey is a good show. And it's nice to have heartwarming entertainment that's, you know, touching and is good for all ages, including for children. Now, in keeping with that, do I think it's a little overglazed? Yeah. And then the other thing that I want to say is that I do think that they've over millennialed the show. Like, decades of derelict fathers have now made them to overcorrect to make a show where literally this dad is just like a target for abuse nonstop. And then everybody watches the show and is like, wow, the dad's so good. And I'm like, is it good to teach your kids that they can hit you in the stomach with a baseball bat if they are bored? Because I kind of feel like it's good to teach them that there's like boundaries and stuff, and you shouldn't physically harm anybody unless maybe in an act of self-defense, but definitely not just because you're kind of like, sick of playing t-ball or whatever. Anyway, yup. Dave Hester voice, yup. John Taffer voice, cross-contamination chicken! Okay, hang on. Let me think about this for a second. I wasn't even looking. Balm, male, whole. I'm trying to think, these are like homophonic words. Balm, male, whole. Maybe I'm off the pen right now. Liner, fix, ship, to ship something, to spot something, to mail, to send, to post, or to ship. What is to convey an object through physical space using a mail carrier? Deliver as a package. Temperature, angle. I don't know. I got to think about that. Things you have to consider in the bedroom. Hole, stain, spot. Just thinking of like stuff you could, a reason to put your clothes in the laundry. Crime, to fix. Spot, corner. Temperature, education. You've only got to get 3, and then the 4th one, which is usually insane, you can solve by default. Whole, balm, gloss over, lip gloss, lip liner, lip balm, lip. Lip liner, lip balm, lip gloss, and lip spot? Lip stain? Okay, kinds of lip makeup. I don't know what lip stain is, honestly, but that's fine. Spot, corner, angle, hole. These just feel like, I don't know, positions of something. This is like billiards terms. Oh, man. Two mistakes remaining. Corner, angle, spot, and hole. Isn't this what I just did? Fix. Crime, education. Set the newspaper, parts of the budget. Things to concern yourself with in the election season. Angels, angles, temperature. Spot. Yeah, I'll spot you. Because crime spotters, crime stoppers, I'm going to lose on 3. That's a very rare connections phenotype. Fix. Angle. What's your fix? What's your angle? What's your hole? What's your crime? What's your corner? Crime, education, temperature, angle, corner, and crime. I have no idea what they would even be connected to be honest. They just seem like similar words. Temperature, angle, crime, chord. Okay, so we know, hang on. Corner, hole, angle, spot is 3 away. Temperature, education, crime, angle is 3 away. There's 1 away. So shouldn't we just need to switch one of these to fix? Probably, but we don't know which one it is. Probably whole. Nope. Predicament measured in degrees. Oh. Predicament. A corner, a fix, a hole, a spot. Okay, 1970s French Connection ass vernacular. Measured in degrees. Angle, crime, educate. That's it. This is measured in degrees. Education. It's a motherfucking New York Times crossword clue, bro. All right, that's pretty good, though. That's clever. They got me thinking. They were trolling? Yeah, but I like to be trolled in that sense, I suppose. Our plans are measured in centuries. Entice. Piece of asparagus, a spear. With 7 across, a laser pointer chaser. Pussy cat. Like a wink that suggests this is our little secret. Sus. Disapproving cluck. Tisk. Kitty cats. Entice. Tease. Epic! Grand film production. Epics. Iron, for example. Shape of a York peppermint treat. Patty. Give it a go. Try. Tempt is the word. Metal! The end's in sight, but something's wrong. Patty. Patty, Patty, that's a you. There we go. That was a horrible performance. Oh, man, that was embarrassing. Minute 2 for the mini. We are getting all those cognitive systems back online. Takes a bit. Nauru? It's 13,000 kilometers away from Nauru. That's good in a way. Morocco? That's warmer. Simple as. Togo. That's cooler. Okay, maybe up in here. Maybe a little Latvia. That's even warmer still. Okay, maybe south then. Maybe Croatia. Warmer still. Maybe Moldova. Warmer still. Maybe a country called Azerbaijan. Warmer even still. Perhaps a country by the name of Russia. Oh, that's cooler. By a little bit. Not by much, by a little bit. Perhaps a country by the name of Afghanistan. Perhaps a country by the name of Syria. Oh, perhaps a country by the name of Lebanon? The mystery country is Lebanon. He's goated? I mean, it took 11 guesses, but I did start with Nauru. Not too bad. Listen, there's a little luck that goes on in Globla. Don't at me. Terrible first guess. Not if it was right, though. This is a country in Africa that is called Mauritania. This is a country in the Middle East called Oman. This is a country in the Middle East called... Are you Egypt? Are you Jordan? Jordan's pretty close to Egypt. It's not 2,000 kilometers away, bro. Are you Qatar? Qatar? You're not Qatar. You must be the United Arab Emirates then. Okay, we get there. Well done. Well done. Thank you. Apollo got that in one. Yeah, well, he also gets his DoorDash in one. So I guess what I'm trying to say is we're built different. February 23rd, 2018. One what? I'm trying to think of that myself. Just give me some time. February 23rd, 2018. $403 million Disney picture in the action-adventure science fiction genre. 2018. Prior to Infinity War. The movie would be known as a film called Black Panther. This lines up right before the 2018 Olympics. Me in tears leaving the theater. Yeah, okay. Warner Brothers, 17 milli, starring Jason Bateman. This could be game night, 2018. Game night, 18 million. That seems right to me. How could that possibly be profitable for Frito-Lay? 71 million, week 3, 27% down. So it's got some buzz, maybe even some Oscar buzz, starring James Corden. Never mind. It's an animated film, that I don't know, so we'll come back to it. Paramount Pictures, some Oscar buzz. Oh, Paramount Pictures opens to 11 million, starring Natalie Portman from 2018. It's a science fiction horror movie. This is Annihilation. Okay. This guy was going to put Lucy in the Sky. That's Annihilation. We take those. Universal, week 3, steep drop-off, but made a decent amount of money, starring Dakota Johnson. 50 Shades... 50 Shaders, what is this, Unreal Engine? 50 Shades Darker. 50 Shades Freed. 50 Shades Freed, there we go. Who said the countryside was peaceful? Rose Byrne, listen. Blank's feud with Mr. It's Peter Rabbit, bro! It's Peter Rabbit. That shit is not a comedy, dude. I'm saved because I literally just read Peter Rabbit to my daughter like 2 days ago or something. It doesn't say comedy. Well, yeah, but it stars James Corden, the funniest person on the planet. What's the story? Peter's dad, prior to the events of Peter Rabbit, got caught by Mr. McGregor and baked into a fucking pie and eaten by Mr. McGregor and his bitch wife. So the story starts, the mom is like, hey, Peter, whatever you do, like, I'm going to work. Don't go to Mr. McGregor's garden. Motherfucker straight up, Mr. McGregor's garden. Tries to steal some carrots. Mr. McGregor's like, oi, what's this then? Spends like the next 85% of the novel, like, being pursued by basically the xenomorph. And then at the end, he manages to scoot under the fucking garden gate and get away from Mr. McGregor, who's, I think, just bored at that point. But the test for old man McGregor is real. I mean, listen, I understand he's a farmer, bro. Like, when the pest is eating your carrots and shit like that, it's probably annoying, maybe even detrimental to your bottom line. But at the same time, like, It's Peter Rabbit, bro. He has consciousness. You can't just be like smashing him with a fucking mallet and shit. Like he's not like some kind of beetle or something, or like a blight. Like he's a fucking beloved character, man. He wears fucking clothes. Thank you. Yes. Even at the end of the book, Peter Rabbit's mom is like, why the fuck is my kid like, he doesn't have his coat and his shoes anymore? That's like the 7th pair of shoes that he's lost this year. Discount Fantastic Mr. Fox. I'm a local business Andy. This weekend I went to a used bookstore. I bought my daughter some Roald Dahl books, thinking, she's getting a little bit older as far as toddlers go. Like I could read her some chapter books like progressively now, and she can have like a story that progresses over time as kind of like an antidote to melting her brain watching 4-minute videos on YouTube. So last night I was like, we're going to read like George's Marvelous Medicine or something like that. She opens up the book and the first thing she sees is like those Roald Dahl ass drawings of like basically like a grapefruit with a huge fucking nose and like the stringiest hair of all time and like teeth sticking out of her skull. And she's like, Daddy, this book is scary. And I'm like, it's not scary. And then I started looking at the other pictures. I was like, you're right. This shit is fucking scary. I can't remember what we read. We read some shit like Dewey Bob or something. It's about a raccoon who loves collecting buttons. We got to save that one for a couple of years. Okay, Ready Player One to JFK. All right. I mean, this is a gimme, bro. Ready Player One. Simon Pegg. How to Lose Friends in Run, Fat Boy, Run. Hank Azaria. Heat. And so now we're at Heat, in case you haven't recognized that so far. From Heat, we're going to go Val Kilmer. That's going to take us to MacGruber. Ryan Philippe, Cruel Intentions. Sarah Michelle Gellar. Scooby-Doo 2, Monster Unleashed. Linda Cardellini. Reese Witherspoon. Election. Matthew Broderick. Tower Heist. Ben Stiller. I say Ben Stiller, The Watch. Vince Vaughn. Maid. Jon Favreau. Chef. Scarlett Johansson. The Avengers Infinity War. Samuel L. Jackson. Jurassic Park. Wayne Knight. JFK. Okay. Simon Pegg. Run, Fat Boy, Run. Hank Azaria. Heat. Just give me a second here. Val Kilmer. MacGruber. Ryan Philippe. Cruel Intentions. Sarah Michelle Gellar. Scooby-Doo 2, Monsters Unleashed. We're going to go Linda Cardellini. Follow that to Legally Blonde. Takes you to Reese Witherspoon, of course, who then was in Election with Matthew Broderick, who's in Tower Heist, with Ben Stiller, who's in The Watch, with Vince Vaughn, who's in Maid, with Jon Favreau, who's in the Avengers. Okay, Avengers Endgame, we got to do a little pivot here. With I was going to go to Chef there. That's my mistake. Samuel L. Jackson, who was in Jurassic Park, with Wayne Knight, who was in JFK. We run these streets. I think that, listen, this is not the shortest possible in time or in nodes, but it's got to be the most nodes done in the shortest amount of time. Ben Mendelsohn to The Dark Knight Rises to Gary Oldman. Sorry, I don't watch garbage movies. Time is never time at all. That's so true. I believe that's the Smashing Pumpkins. Took me a second to place it. Guess the game. Kid Named Pumpkins. I am the smashing pumpkin. This is like some fucking Ninja Gaiden shit. This is some angry video game nerd shit. Without a doubt, man. Oh, man. I was there. I was there when Harada put out the first Tekken game. I said, don't let them stand up. You'll never make a dime. +2 LCD sound system. It's top of mind. It was on my ride this morning. I heard you've got a copy of every good Neo Geo game. There's only 2. Anyway, sorry. Any beta band today? I gotta say that the beta band has not come up in the shuffle for a while, which is unfortunate because like when you get, I mean, Dry the Rain is a classic, but when you're in like that mid-ride sort of zone, catching like a 7-minute ride like or a 7-minute song like She's the One or Dog's Got a Bone or something like that, like that's the sort of thing before you know it. You're like, you munched 8 minutes just like following those bongos in the background. And the bass, you know what you're talking about. And then the spider sat down beside her and gave him a bone of his own, I think. I can't remember. This is Kid Icarus. Kirby and the Rainbow Curse. Kirby that could say Amazing Mirror. Yep, it says Amazing Mirror. Look at that. She came out for the Game Boy Advance and the Wii U. Child's Play. A trifle. This is Gears of War. This is Metal Gear Solid Effect 3. Mass Effect 3. Metal Gear Rising. Revengeance. Prototype 2. Gears of War 4. Ah! Shit shot like Alien Covenant, bro. Remember Me. It is Remember Me! Oh, man. He remembered. I played Remember Me. Aggressively mid third-person action game, then featuring like 4 kind of goated ghost trick segments that were neat, at least, as far as gimmicks in AAA games go. But it's not like, I mean, no, I wouldn't say you got to go back and play it. But at least it's like an interesting mid-game instead of like a boring, I mean, it's a lot of it is kind of boring. But conceptually, it's interesting, at least. People go back and play Fallout. Surely it's not that bad. I mean, it's a lot worse than the worst Fallout game, but not in a, like, again, at least it's, I feel like it's not super cynically made. At least it's not like a sequel. It's worse than Fallout Shelter? Okay, well, like, I wouldn't. Listen. Very positive reviews. Yeah, but you can't trust like a 10-year-old game with very positive reviews because people will just like buy it for $1 in a Steam sale. When with like 4 seconds played, they'll be like, I love this game when I was 8. Fallout Shelter. Yeah, true, like Dragon Age Inquisition. Okay, pump the brakes, kid. I'm still waiting to see what happens with Solus, okay? No spoilers. That shit left a deep wound. So I've been waiting 10 years to figure out what the fuck was going on with that pointy-eared bastard. How do you know? Because I played I beat Dragon Age Inquisition. I played the whole thing fucking through. I closed all the rifts or whatever. Then at the end, like the big bad isn't even the big bad. There's just like an old witch who's like, I've been doing this shit the whole time. And you're like, what the hell, lady? I went through a period of beating like some AAA games. I beat Far Cry 4. What the fuck was I thinking, man? It's not a horrible game, but what was I doing? I was just wasting my time. Work's done today. Let me go for a jog, come home and play like 2 hours of Far Cry 4 for 15 days in a row. What the hell was I doing with myself? 2014, man. That summer was a movie. Okay, older than 2015 and not made in Unity. So that narrows it down to about 15,000 games. It may have a theme of science fiction and or open world. And it's not a side view. Okay? How about The Forest, Sons of the Forest, which I recently found out is made in Vancouver. Windows was involved in its production. This is made in Unity, but it's first person. It's in the intervening 8 years. Okay, intervening 8 years. Doom Eternal. Not made in Unity. It's pre-2020. And it does have first-person shooter elements along with possibly, not simulation, possibly indie, possibly adventure. What's eating Edith Finch? A little bit earlier than 2017. It is, something's right here. Earlier than 2017, a little game called Dusk. First-person game, so that's 2018, my mistake. It is not a horror game, obviously. It has action elements. This was also made in Unity. Well, it's not single player only. It's single player, multiplayer, and co-op. Fucking, I was going to say Fortnite. That's obviously wrong. Call of Duty Black Ops 3. Oh! Okay. From 2000, so it's 2016, right after Black Ops 3. What came out? It's so doable, man. It's not Black Ops 4. That's a trick. It's not Ghost. That was like the year before. It might be Infinite Warfare. Yeah! Because I know it goes like 2012, I moved to Vancouver. Kate and I were playing a lot of Black Ops 2. We had 2 Xboxes in her like little basement suite so we could play Black Ops 2 at the same time together. So Black Ops 2 was 2012. And then I think after that was Ghosts. And everybody was like, I fucking hate Ghosts. Then after that, I remember because Rebirth and the new Call of Duty came out on the same day. That must have been Advanced Warfighter or something, because that's the one with Kevin Spacey. And then 2015 would have been Black Ops 3, and then I sort of fell out until Warzone, I guess. That's how I remember it, at least. It's embarrassing. Today, I would like to go from Mexico to Guyana. You go to Guatemala. You go to Nicaragua. We know there's a guaranteed Panamanian connection here. From Panama, we must go to Colombia. From Colombia, we must go to maybe just Brazil. Play it safe. I'm sure Brazil's involved. Okay. And then here, Honduras. Okay, okay. And then it's always Costa Rica. Or do I always say Costa Rica, get it wrong? Ah! How could I be top 75%, man? It was perfect. Seinfeld 2024. Jerry can't figure out why he's always in the bottom quintile of his New York Times daily word puzzles. Kramer has been diagnosed with Lyme disease after a year spent camping in the Amazon rainforest. George is dating a supermodel, but he gets self-conscious because she's 1 inch taller than him. George has died of dysentery. Today I'd like to go from France to Tibet in the year 1945. What the fuck is this Mario is missing shit, man? I don't know how to do this. From France to Tibet in 1945? Okay, so I would probably start by going to West Germany? Germany? Germany, France? Yep, okay. And then I'm going to say Germany, United States maybe comes after that. And then Germany, Soviet Union? Okay, no, that's what a horrible guess, you idiot. And then like the Soviet Union? Okay, obviously that's going to be involved. I think you'll probably go through the Republic of China. And okay, I'll just be honest with you, I don't really know what was going on with Mongolia in World War II. Kind of sus. All right, we at least got a connection there. And like, I guess Poland? Yep, all right, that's easy enough. Top 46%. I'm in the top half today. That's fun. Yeah, in a way, that's fun. I guess I never really thought about how, I always just thought West Germany was kind of like one nation of self-governance that also was overseen by NATO. I didn't know that. I guess there was like, oh, that was later in 1945. Okay, they were still, that makes sense. They were sorting that out. I mean, there's a lot of stuff to sort out, I'm sure. It was kind of like a world-changing period in the 20th century, for sure. Sure, it's not like, okay, now that the war is over, all right, everybody get back to normal. It probably takes a little, you got lots of paperwork to do, I'm sure. Puck Doku has the Vancouver Canucks. What a blessed day. Easy, man. Pittsburgh, Vancouver. You ever hear of Nick Bonino? And possibly soon Jake Gensel? Listen, you could easily go Bo Horvat for this one. I'm going to be a different kind of beast. I'm going to go Roberto Luongo. And I'll tell you that for free. And then NCAA and Vancouver Canucks, you got to go with Adam Gaudette for that. The Crystal Man himself. Okay. Now, Pittsburgh and St. Louis. I got to think about that one for a brief moment. New York Islanders and St. Louis. I got to think about that one for a moment. St. Louis and the NCAA. I got to think about that one for a moment. Buffalo and Pittsburgh. I gotta think about that one for a second, but I don't have to think about this one. That's Pat LaFontaine, without a doubt. Buffalo Sabres in the NCAA. It's probably Jimmy Vesey. I had no idea Jimmy VZ was 9 years old, to be honest with you. I don't think I've ever seen a picture of his face in my entire life. That is new to me, man. All right. I say that's good for today. We'll see the obvious ones that I would have missed. Kasperi Kapanen. Tom Barrasso is a gimme, man. Halak. Kyle Okposo. Torrey Krug. Quinn Hughes. Yay! All right, back to the real shit. This is fucked, man. Amber Heard has been in 3 movies. No. Okay, she's in Pineapple Express as Seth Rogen's girlfriend. And then, obviously, she's in Aquaman. I guess she's probably, like, in Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom, right? Yeah, okay. I know all 3 of her movies, man. Alicia Vikander, 2-word title. A little embarrassing. Tomb Raider. Ex Machina. I gotta be honest, I don't really know shit about Alicia Vikander, except she's married to Michael Fassbender and she's been in Tomb Raider and Ex Machina. Now, Angelina Jolie, we know a little bit about. 2-word title, Tomb Raider as well. Okay, clever. Girl Interrupted, yeah. The Changeling, unless maybe it's just called Changeling. The Changeling. Released from 2010 to 2024. Now, that's a tough one. She's in Salt for sure, that's in that period. She's been more focused on her work in theater and also her role as a parent, as far as I know, over this period. 3 or more word title. I'd probably have to go Tomb Raider 2, The Cradle of Life. And then 2-word title, Angelina. I feel like Tomb Raider, people are going to get seduced by it. So we'll play Girl Interrupted here. But I was wrong. And then Alicia Vikander, 3 or more word title. You know what? We could have played Gone. That's Gone in 60 Seconds. It's probably going to be number 1. I'll just level with you. I think in my head, I do know another Alicia Vikander movie, but I can't think of what it is. No, I was going to say Prometheus, which isn't 3 words, but that's Noomi Rapace. 2 different Swedes. Top 40%. The Danish Girl! The Danish Girl! The Tim Hortons staff, when they see my toddler daughter come in, I think that they don't even serve Danishes at Tim Hortons, as far as I know. It's been a while since I've been in there. Let me see what else they got. The Fifth Estate. This was this was the spiciest one. A lot of people couldn't think of a 2-word Amber Heard movie. They got pizza now. It sucks ass. Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that the Tim Hortons flatbread pizza sucks ass, which makes a lot of sense. No disrespect. I know there's one person that watches me that owns like 3 Tim Hortonses or something like that. I remember because like I was talking about it 5 years ago or something, and I said they have the worst food of any restaurant in history. And then he tweeted me and was like, hey, next time you're on Vancouver Island, you should come to one of these Tim Hortons. We'll hook you up. And I was like, I honestly wish you the best. Especially in some parts of Canada, I understand that Tim Hortons can serve as a community gathering place. And then I don't mean this to be rude, but a place where you go to get like a cup of coffee and a donut in exchange for using their bathroom. But I'm not going to be making an appointment to go into Tim Hortons for sure. It makes sense that the pizza is ass because like everything else at the restaurant is ass anyway.
Bank. A noun meaning a mound.
A mound? I guess so. A mound of money.
Restive. A adjective meaning stubbornly resisting.
Okay. Kind of not an easy word.
Soppiness. A adjective meaning sentimental, mawkish.
Come on, man. Soppiness? Jigsaw be like, have you been looking at my phone?
Cell, a noun meaning a small religious house dependent on a monastery or convent. Cell derives
It must be, right?
factoid. A noun meaning an
Decroded ass easy words.
municipal. A adjective meaning of braid. A verb meaning
What? BRAYED, like a donkey? Like a donkey braid? Like, are you kidding me?
erroneous.
Erroneous.
A adjective meaning
Factoid.
insignia. A noun meaning a badge.
A noun meaning a flat screen television.
Semicolon. A noun meaning a
I
punctual.
want something else to get me through this.
Harmattan. A noun meaning a dust-laden wind on the Atlantic coast of Africa in some seasons. The word originates or is related
French?
to the TWI language term haramata. Harmattan. A noun meaning a dust-laden wind on the Atlantic coast of Africa in some seasons.
Atlantic
The word
coast.
originates or is related to the TWI.
Armadan.
Sylph. A noun meaning an elemental being in the
Oh, Pokemon fucked me, bro. It must be with a Y, right?
kente. A noun meaning colorfully patterned cloth traditionally woven by hand and contaminated. Adjective meaning
Yes!
soiled, stained.
Yes!
Dragoons. A verb meaning to
Dragoons.
subject.
Most annoying person you know would be like, that's not even a hard word. Okay, that was a dirty one today. They put a little Tetris in my spell check. Harmattan, we missed the T. Sylph is just embarrassing. Kente, you got me. Oh, man. This is the brother. This isn't food. This is an industrial byproduct of making pizza. This is cheesy bread. It's got to be from the United States. Like, it's from Canada. We invented cheesy bread or garlic fingers. That's a Canadian only thing. Garlic fingers, or I mean, I guess originally Canadian. Popular dish in Atlantic Canada, particularly Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Prince Edward Island, and Newfoundland and Labrador. Yeah, that's fucking all of them, bro. That's the Atlantic Canadian provinces. Rare Canada dub. I mean, they are good, don't get me wrong. It's funny that you don't really eat garlic fingers except when you're having pizza. But like garlic fingers are conceptually the closest food to pizza that you could possibly get. Like it feels like you should have them when you have like other food. Like why are you having two of the foods that are almost exactly the same? Listen, I'm not mad about it. You could be having them with pasta or something like that though. Because the same place is making it. Yeah, I guess. That's a good point. It's kombucha? Tea, sugar, water, SCOBY? I have no idea where kombucha is from, bro. I would have to guess. I'm thinking this is like a Central Asian type deal. I'm thinking this is like a Mongolia. Ooh! China? Kombucha from China. Who knew? From northeast China around 220 BC. Yeah, it vibes. For sure. This is rigatoni. This is a ragu. This is ragu from the nation of Italy. Neapolitan ragu. There's no disrespect. I mean this in a positive way. Sometimes you need a gimme. I needed the easiest food guesser of all time. I appreciate that. We were at a local minimum. Okay. Brother, I can tell you this movie already. Now, is everything okay with Donald Sutherland? Donald Sutherland, Philip Seymour Hoffman, this movie is The Hunger Games Catching Fire. What? Are you kidding me, man? Woody Harrelson? The Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1? That's the motherfucker, dude. Hunger Games. That's the motherfucker from the Hunger Games, bro. The Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 2? Oh my God. This is pissing me off, man. How did they have Plutarch Heavensby? I say this not to be crass. The reason I went in the opposite direction, I went earlier instead of later, is because I'm pretty sure Philip Seymour Hoffman died like 3 months after Catching Fire came out. So I was like, there's no shot that they had him in part 2 as Plutarch Heavensby. But I guess they did CGI or something. Sutherland wasn't in the early ones? Okay, I've seen the first 4 movies. I'm going to fact check you there. IMDb, The Hunger Games. I'm going right now. You're in trouble. He played Governor Snow, okay? Listen, I'm scrolling. Donald. I got to be honest with you. I got to take the L. I don't see Donald Sutherland in the top cast of 99 actors and actresses from The Hunger Games 1. Okay. Now, Catching Fire, I'm pretty sure he's in. But I'll give you a pass on the first one. I would have bet the farm that he's in the first one. He is in the second one, but he's in the first one. Is it a post-credits scene? Because I'm willing to give them a pass for that one. He's in the whole movie? Nobody's in the whole movie. That's crazy. That's only Ryan Reynolds in Buried is in the whole movie, okay? The director? True, every frame is a painting or whatever. Thank you, Hulu. Thank you, Hulu. Very cool. Tom Cruise, Nicole Kidman. Tom Cruise, Ving Rhames. Tom Cruise, Alec Baldwin. Brother, it's the easiest one of all time. Tom Cruise, Nicole Kidman. Eyes Wide Shut. Me, a genius. Days of Thunder, brother. Ving Rhames. I got to go Mission Impossible Uno on that one. And then, of course, Alec Baldwin shows up later around Mission Impossible. He's probably earlier than Fallout, but I know he's in Fallout for sure. Nicole Kidman, 90 to 99. That's a tough one. I got to go Eyes Wide Shut. Okay, good. I was trying to think, because Nicole Kidman really hit critical mass right around 2000, man. Moulin Rouge, The Others, The Hours. Other movies that she's in as well. 1990 to 1999, Ving Rhames. Fuck, bro. Mission Impossible 2? I don't know. I got to think about this one. Wait, Pulp Fiction. I'm stupid. 1990 to 1999, starring Alec Baldwin. Beetlejuice. Probably did not come out in the 80s. Fuck. Nicole Kidman, 3+ words in the title. AMC commercial 2021. Ving Rhames, I'm going to have to go Mission Impossible. Probably go with Rogue Nation on that one. 3+ words in the title for Alec Baldwin. Probably say The Boss Baby Christmas Bonus. Guess he didn't show up for that one. The Boss Baby. We take those. Don't talk about this. Glengarry Glen Ross. Right. That's, yeah. David Mamet. But what the fuck? Does David Mamet have shit on The Boss Baby? Fuck you, man. Or whatever. Oh, well. Dispute resolution. Your submission for base pairs was accepted. Your score was updated accordingly. Okay, let's apologize. Let's apologize to this website with words. Because last week they said there was a question about nucleotide bases. I wrote base pairs and the answer was base. I'm happy to see. I talked to the teacher. They gave me my half mark. Okay, all is forgiven. Moguls, aerials, and ski cross are events in the Olympic discipline called alpine skiing. Let's just alpine. Let's not invite that evil. Hence the name. Which Olympic wrestling style has more permissive rules that allow you to grab your opponent's legs? Freestyle skiing. There we go. I was stupid. It's not alpine pairs. The party of principle is a slogan used by what American political party? The Whig. The porcupine is an official symbol of what party that had a U.S. representative for a few months in 2020? The Tea Party. Minimum government, maximum freedom. Okay, it's libertarian. Who is the libertarian representative? I know they didn't get elected. They must have converted halfway through. I don't know. If you're too hardcore for onion rings, Texas toothpicks are deep fried strips of what? Cactus. It just makes sense. A chipotle is a smoke-dried version of the jalapeno pepper. The answer is jalapeno. Psychology of the Unconscious was an early work by what dude? Sigmund Freud? Carl Jung? There we go. Trick question. What ageless Virginia Woolf title character lived for 30 years as a man and 300 as a woman? I don't know shit about Virginia Woolf. In Shakespeare's As You Like It, Rosalind ends up marrying what youngest son of Sir Rowland? Dorian Gray. Henry? Cory Doctorow's novel, Down and Out in the Magic Kingdom, is set primarily in what Florida city? Orlando. Thrice has been bringing it, man. They started easy. They've been getting a little harder. Oh, okay. It's not possible. I'm going to do this just to keep myself honest, but I can't do Relatal today. Because I don't know who TV Girl or Little Xan are. As soon as we find ourselves dealing with artists like Salvia Pauth, I'm in trouble. You got this? You don't understand. It's like trying to draw a route on a map from a place where you don't know to a place that you don't know. It's like, how would I even know how to get there, man? I wouldn't know how to get there because I don't know where it is. Let Twitch play? You can play. You go to the website, relatal.io. You can play. For now, though, I'm going to play. Give me some Disorderly. Songs starting with the latest. Okay, this is easy enough. First one is going to be, the oldest is It Wasn't Me. Then it's Hot in Here. Then it's Candy Shop. Then it's, the only thing I'm concerned about is Single Ladies versus Low. And I think it's like that. That's driving me insane. Maybe Candy Shop is off of Bulletproof. It's not off of Get Rich or Die Trying. Whatever, we'll take those. Hey Ya is the 90s. Were you born in the 2010s? It's obviously not the 90s. Outkast made Stankonia in 2001 when they were still together. This is pre-Outkast sabbatical, man. You think Hey Ya came out the same year as Oops, I Did It Again? Hit Me Baby One More Time? What are you talking about? Did bro say Stankonia? What's it like being 17 years old in the 2020s? It honestly seems annoying, so I'm not trying to pile on or whatever. Yeah, the album's called Stankonia. It's one of the best albums of the 2000s. It's got Miss Jackson, Bombs Over Baghdad, I Like the Way You Move. No, sorry, that's off The Love Below or Speaker Box. It's got So Fresh and So Clean. Stankonia came out in the 90s. Sorry, not possible, because Bombs Over Baghdad won Pitchfork's best song of the 2000s. Decade, not millennium. Sorry, I'm just embarrassed for you that you seem so confident in something that you're actually ignorant of. It was recorded in 1999. Who gives a fuck, man? That means you're wrong. So I don't care whether this shit was recorded. Fucking Smiley Smile was probably recorded in like 1961. Shit didn't actually see a release until like 2004, bro. I don't have access to Brian Wilson's masters, much less Andre 3000 and Big Boys. I'm not in the lab with them. I'm not Rick Rubin. Hey Ya is on the Love Below, though. Yeah, we all know that, because that shit did not come out in the 90s, bro. We're not even Paul Rubens. True. I didn't? You got to listen to some Outkast, man. She Trapped in My Cadmium Palace. You don't have to? You actually do have to, in order to understand that you didn't fall out of a coconut tree. They're too freaky for me? What do you... They had like 7 #1 hits, man. What are you talking about? Middle-aged aunts were vibing out to Rosa Parks, but in 2024, you're too sensitive for that shit? Why? Because it's got like a little southern breakdown where they do the hand claps in the middle? And they're playing the mouth harp? Come on. Grow a pair. Rosa Parks sued them for that song. Listen, I can do this shit all day. I'm just letting you know. This is not like a normal zillennial conversation where I say something and then you respond with an unrelated fact and then I go, wow, thank you for telling me. It's not, we're trying to connect on like a human to human level, not just spit Wikipedia at each other. We're not going fact for fact, okay? We're going soul for soul here. Let me throw in a slash marker. We'll call this the dulls. I got more, though. I got you. u.wikipedia.org/ You know how I know someone's mentally cooked? When they link something on Twitter. Like, they link Wikipedia on Twitter, and then when you click the link, it's the mobile version of Wikipedia. Brother. If you're going to tweet that shit out to 50,000 followers, can you at least do the web version of Twitter so when I click the link on my PC, like a true millennial, it doesn't open up in like a little strip in the center of the screen, like the bacon at Epix at midnight? Sure, we'll do a little vandal. It is crazy that Wikipedia doesn't know, but... I mean, they're always asking for money, so maybe they just don't have the the resources to make the website, like, you know, open in the configuration that's native to the machine that opened it. But anyway. $1969, 138 million views. Yeah, this sounds so familiar. Hey, is this Satisfaction? They can't get any? Nope, okay. This is, never mind. The bass is taking me down a different path. I'm gonna know it, but I need more. It sounds like Kids in America. Or Our Lips Are Sealed by the Go-Go's. Is Magic Carpet Ride by Steppenwolf or something? Or Born to Be Wild? Born to Be Wild single version, okay. this Honky Tonk Woman by the Rolling Stones? Is this CCR? Credence? Yeah, no, this is it's so iconic, man. 1 second. It's so like it's on the tip of my brain. Yeah. Yeah, it's Fortunate Son. Okay, motherfucker. Oh, man. Maybe I should get into CCR. I don't know. I know, like, I know 7 or 8 CCR songs, but I've never really gotten into CCR. Always kind of considered them like Lynyrd Skynyrd adjacent, but maybe I'm being glib. That is glib. Oh, you don't need to all caps me. I'm mostly just ignorant. The outcast of the late 60s? You're thinking of the Isley Brothers. I'm going to a conference in Squamish. You got any recommendations? I've never stopped in Squamish. I've camped in Squamish. I've never been inside of a building in Squamish, I think. I have no recommendations. Whistler's pretty close. Whistler's beautiful. What's Squamish? Squamish is like an hour north of Vancouver. It's a mountain town. No shot you haven't stopped in Squamish for a bathroom break? Bro, I don't need to stop in Squamish for a bathroom break. The drive from Vancouver to Whistler is like 90 minutes. You need to see a doctor. Or stop fucking having big gulps on the road. You don't want to be holding in your piss on the Sea to Sky Highway. Some of those corners, you got to like white knuckle it, bro. And then as soon as you hit the part where like they actually open up a passing lane, like 100 motorcycles go by you at 80 kilometers an hour over the speed limit. And then like 40 minutes later, you're like, why is there so much traffic? Then you finally get to the reason there's so much traffic and there's like a horrific motorcycle accident. And you're like, what the fuck are we doing here, guys? Like, we're all just trying to go snowboarding. Can you just chill out a little bit? There's no need for that. Who could have seen this coming? Anyway, I'm going to go pee. I'll be back in a minute. See you in a minute. Probably like a minute and 40 seconds. What the hell are people playing in the modern era, bro? Let me just go peruse Twitch TV here. Lethal Company. Okay, I guess my invite was lost in the mail. Slice and Dice with Bear. Holy. Mouse playing Minecraft. Corey's playing games and demos. Dan is playing in Notria, the last song. Why are you laughing? Why are you trying to suppress your guffaw speed? I'm laughing because I remember Dan telling us when he was playing Elden Ring that like he signed the sponsored deal for the Italian Souls game, but then it had like streams that were right as the Elden Ring DLC was coming out, and he was like, guys, we need to figure out what we're going to do about this. Oh. I've been playing Lingo. Hey, handsome, thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. You're the second person to recommend Lingo. And I always just think of Chuck Woolery's game show. Lingo. It's $12.99. A first-person word puzzle game with a large abstract world to explore. Are we talking about the same game? Came out in 2021? Why is it getting marinated now? Did Germa play it? Shut up. I was just asking questions. Hey, JT Chalm, thanks for the gifted subscriptions as well. Thank you. Thank you. It's too hard for you? I mean, I'm just being honest. I'm looking at it, and one of the first things that I see as a bullet point in the trailer is texture packs. And I'm like, for me, that's basically like a dog whistle that millennials should not play the game. Texture pack is a Zoomer code word to awaken the Zoomer sleeper agents. For millennials, they might as well say you can rebind your keys before you even play the game. That's what like 38-year-old PC gamers do. They load up the game. They're like, oh, I've been waiting for this game for months. I'm so excited. Settings, keyboard, crouch on C. Ew, crouch on control. Reload is on middle mouse. I don't really like that. I'm going to move that to tilde. Like, you haven't even played this shit yet, man. You don't know if there's a perfectly germane reason for it. FOV to 120. Then motherfuckers be like, why am I motion sick? Once a porn a time too. It's positive reviews. Let's go take a look at this for a second. I'm not going to show you the trailer. Once a Porn a Time 2 is an adventure-style visual novel with high-quality animations, oriental princesses. Can you say that? Romances and other strange creatures that you have to bang. You have no choice, man. You got to save the realm. Holy cow. This got everything, man. This includes intercourse, sexual language, foot job, masturbation, oral sex, hand job, BDSM, bondage. I'm just getting started, man. Voyeurism, anal sex, sex toys, striptease, kissing, humiliation, rough sex, dirty talk, gangbang, bukkake, orgy, sexual roles, cunnilingus. That's kind of a step too far, I'd say. Cum shot, double penetration, spanking, nipple stimulation, and orgasm. Spoilers, bro. I just gotta know, man, because I'm looking at a Steam review, 0.1 hours on record, but the review is like 9 paragraphs long. Like, when people review a Steam porn game and it's like one word and it's like, yay. I'm like, okay, I get it. You're like half cooked. But when you're reviewing the shit like Roger Ebert, I don't know. Maybe I respect it. Hey, Coochie Coochie Coo. Thanks for the gifted subscriptions as well. Thank you. That's crazy. Game name? Oh, yeah, sorry. I might have obscured it. It's called the Once Upon a Time 2. Then right below it, Armored Suit Sol Ganti. And I was looking at it, and I was like, oh, this could be cool. A strategy RPG. And then why do all the NPCs have, like, triple J cup breasts? What's going on here? But this one is like not honest. This one's not saying it's a pornographic game. But like, can I just copy the screenshot into the Discord? There's no way, man. Like it's. Hang on, gameplay. A top-down combat-based game where you must dodge enemy fire. Okay, sure. Between battles, explore the city around the base to see what's changed, comma, especially with your wife. Oh, man. Then the review. Mature themes, NTR, ahigao, corruption, anal, vaginal sex, cream pie, groping, blowjob, swallowing, condoms, ugly bastard, breast job, toys, filmed, humiliation, dubcon, nipple piercings, masturbation, facial pregnancy. What are we doing? You know what, Gabe? I respect you. I respect you on this one. You're making 30% off of this, huh? Whatever. By the way, it's fucked up. Where are the let people enjoy things when I start making fun of hentai games on Steam? When I'm making fun of like a cozy Stardew Valley but worse game, everybody's like, it's fun, it's cozy, it's my comfort game. I start making fun of goon material, people are like, yeah, get him! You fucking hypocrites. There's a difference? Not to me. Gooning is shameful? I don't know. I mean, like, it is in a way. I mean, we're getting a little too philosophical here. It is and it isn't, I think. I kind of think it's more shameful to watch reruns of Scrubs for 10 years straight than to jerk off too much. But I'm not trying to like sway public opinion. I'm just giving you my opinion. I'm just one person. I maybe have an outsized influence as a result of my platform, but I've never let that bother me. I like Scrubs. Yeah, me too. Like the one or two times like per episode. Or each episode one or two times, I should say. Gooning's not shameful, but being a gooner is. You know what? Maybe there's something to that. Coming 4 times a day, not shameful. Making that a core element of your personality, shameful. Sure, yeah. Morally decroded, absolutely. All right, I could live with you on that one. Librarian, thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. All right. Let's fill some space with some Balatro, bro. Why 20? Yo, why are you pocket watching? That being said, Librarian, you should save your money. I may not be funny forever. It's crazy though, like the more like mundane and suburban and domestic my life becomes, I think like the more the demon inside of me wants to act out on stream. So it's almost, they're moving in like opposite directions, which I think is actually positive. I think, but look at the tweets popping off. Dude, Twitter is so much better when all I do is tweet that I'm going to be late. And then, like, when I load up Twitter, it's just people that are, like, pogging up over something I said when I played the game of Sisyphus. Yo, bro, fuck Balatro, we should play the game of Sisyphus. I never finished it. We're so back. Sorry, Balatro boys. Last played April 23rd. Holy. Sheesh. Hey, Bambi Sleep, thanks for the gifted subscriptions as well. Thank you. Hang on, hang on. Hang on, it's not capturing. Settings. It's not, the game is not capturing. It's capturing! I think I might need to sneeze first, though. Maybe not. Slash marker Sisyphus. Hey, first, Serval Simp, thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you, thank you. We're back with Sisyphus. I haven't played this game since April 23rd. But honestly, I was looking for something to play today, and always a little bit of a mark of personal shame that I never finished this one. And you know what? What's more Sisyphusian than, like, hidden new game? Yeah, what do I care? Lose 7 hours of progress immediately? Probably take the regular boulder. Oh, you know what, though? I think I've earned myself at least an iron boulder. I'd spend 500 gold on that and then start it up. I will say some of those Sisyphus clips were popping off on Twitter this weekend. And listen, I don't mean this to be rude, but occasionally I do get a little condescended to by people that are like 14 years younger than me. And I'm like, listen, you've literally been an adult for like 36 months. And like, you think you know how the world works? No disrespect. Somebody said, I've been watching these NL clips. Do you think he ever read Camus or he just derived his philosophy organically? Well, the answer is both, motherfucker. Okay? I've read Camus. I did not understand it at all. Just kind of thought it was a straight up story about a dude who was like a little bit dissociated because his mom died yesterday, or was it the day before that? He can't remember. And I was kind of like, honestly, it's a little bit boring. I would rather read Halo: The Fall of Reach. As far as I'm concerned, we derived the emotions of Sisyphus from first principles, which is that if your whole life is just a rock and a hill, you might be like, that's torture. But the real torture is if somebody takes the rock away or if somebody levels the hill, in which case you're like, what the fuck am I doing here? My life has lost all meaning. So anyway, that was how I spent my weekend. I do appreciate the the glazing. And you know what's nice, because you can start a little, a little simple here. No mandatory streamer marathon before Elden Ring. I don't know, man. I was talking about it in Apollo's chat. I think I have to choose what kind of chat that I want. There's no point in like railing against it. It's just going to happen. When the Elden Ring DLC comes out, if I play Elden Ring, I'm going to have Elden Ring chat, which is kind of annoying. Because, whenever I like lose to a boss once, people will be like, he actually takes 3.2% more damage against lightning. If you put on your Thunderbug ring plate, then like, and that shit is like really irritating. But then if I don't play the Elden Ring DLC, people are going to be like, hey guys, I wasn't here. Did he mention anything about the Elden Ring DLC? And it's going to be like that for like, weeks. So I have to choose, I guess, for me and for my quality of life, what chat I would rather deal with. So I don't know, to be honest with you. I don't know. Because, like, I'll just be honest with you. It's not anti-Elden Ring. But, like, Elden Ring's been sauced on Twitch this month because of Kai Cenat and the Phantom tax. And when I watch people play Elden Ring, I know that I played it. And I think I beat all the bosses, even though I, like, don't remember any of them. But when I watch it now, I do look at it and go, like, that's just a lot of game. After 4 years of Super Auto Pets, I'm like, there's just a lot of stuff going on. The map is huge. I never know where anything is. I'm like, how do I get up this elevator? And people are like, oh, you have to pick up half a puzzle piece like 400 kilometers away. There is fast travel, but I'm like, still, like, you got to play GeoGuessr while you're playing the game. And then, like, I mean, I beat Moog for sure. But I don't remember if I went to New Game Plus. Because, like, I think I beat the game. And then I was like, I hit a button. And then I turned off my PS5. And then did not turn it on again for 3 years. So I honestly don't know. Hang on. Weren't you playing co-op a few weeks ago? Yeah, but that was on PC because that mod hasn't hit Sony proprietary consoles yet. And I think we only made it to, like, I don't even know, man. Like 2 bosses or something. We made it to Godric. Did we beat Godric? I can't remember. You did? I mean, we're pretty good, obviously. I don't know. It's like when I played Elden Ring when it came out, I was like motivated to play Elden Ring. I guess the easiest way to describe it is that, like, I'm not working on Miyazaki's timeline. I was excited for Elden Ring DLC in 2022 or 2023. And maybe maybe in 2024 later, I'll be like, yo, I could really go for some Elden Ring. But like right now, I don't know. I'm kind of not, I'm not sauced on it for the moment. But we'll see. A lot can change by Friday. Hey! I'm just saying, like, honestly, in terms of the biggest fumbles in history, they should have had the Armored Core 6 team working on this DLC. They should have had it on my desk like 18 months ago. IMO. But anyway. You could play Dark Souls Remastered on Elden Ring DLC day. No, because I'm like, listen, would it be funny conceptually? Yeah. Would it then be annoying for like 5 hours afterwards when like 3 people laughed, but then like 100 people just wanted to argue about it for the whole day? Yeah, that would also be bad. But like, I'm not trying to make like a statement. The only statement I'm trying to make is like, I don't know. I don't feel motivated to play Elden Ring at the moment. But maybe, I mean, when the DLC comes out, everybody's going to say it's the best DLC of all time, and maybe I'll be like, oh, I'll check it out then. And then, like, my typical Souls experience is like, while I play it, I'm like, this is the best content ever. And then after I finish it, like a month later, I'm like, I don't remember anything about it. And then 6 months after that, I start shit-talking it. And then 3 years later, I play through it again. And I go, wait a minute, this was goated the whole time. I'm just being true to my own self here. Okay, don't poke me. I'm not your lab partner in Biol 102, okay? Facebook 2007. So true. If you know, then you know. Does Facebook still have poking? I honestly don't know. I have no clue. Were you poking people? I got into the occasional poke war. You would get in like a poke war with like, you know, somebody who lived on your floor in the dorms in university. And you'd be like, this is fun. And then like some dude who you added to Facebook in a more naive time because you were like fifth grade classmates 10 years ago would poke you. And then you'd be like, okay, whatever, I'll poke you back. Then he would poke you again. And you'd be like, we're not doing that. We don't have that kind of camaraderie. I'm not getting in a poke war with like somebody I haven't seen in 10 years, okay? We don't know each other like that. Then he hits you up drunk on Facebook Messenger at 3 a.m. and is like, we had some good times back in 5th grade, huh? And you're like, no, the fuck we didn't, dude. We were just doing multiplication times tables. He's getting like all nostalgic over like middle school and shit. And you're like, we're fucking 19 years old, bro. This is the time that we're supposed to be nostalgic for later in life. We're not supposed to be like, oh, remember when we had our fucking baby teeth? It's crazy. And then you just delete your Facebook after that. For me, I think it was the Cambridge Analytica stuff. I was like, I'm not really using this website anyway. It's become much more like, you know, kind of combative, and all the grandmas and, you know, conspiracy theorists got on it and started like spreading stuff. And then there was the Cambridge Analytica stuff. And I'm like, I shouldn't be here anymore. The AI shit on it now is funny. I do see that on Twitter occasionally, where it'll be like an AI generated image of like an army veteran with no limbs holding a sign that says like, it's my birthday, all I want is for you to like this picture. And then it has like, you know, 7.3 million likes or something like that from people who believe it's real. And you're like, oh no. Yeah, why don't images like this trend? And it's like a 3-year-old kid who's built a sandcastle as tall as a literal skyscraper. People are like, whoa, he's really talented. You're like, yeah, so true. Oh, man. I did see the one that was like, why don't images like this trend? And it was a truck that was like 7 miles long, just holding American flags. That is a great image. And you're like, that shit would be a fucking menace on the road, bro. You're like, I'm trying to get in the HOV lane, man. Your truck is like 7 exits long. What do you think about Gauss-Jordan transformations? Are you talking about the way that Jordan transformed after his rookie season in 1986 into the greatest basketball player of all time? Or is this like some mathematics, like Good Will Hunting stuff? Whoops, didn't see the sandbags here. That's my bad. It's mathematics. I feel like we got to pour one out for the mathematicians. Like, we've dedicated streams to doctors and nurses and other streamers and professional gamblers and stuff. I feel like mathematicians get very little credit, including from me, because their work is hard to place into the nexus of how does this help us in society. Like, people will never give mathematicians their day in the sun until they invent like an easier way to calculate a tip or something like that. Then they'll be like, finally, math has done something for us. I don't know what else mathematicians do though. I'm a philosopher, I'll never get that credit. Yeah, but what if you like? Listen, I think it's good. I don't know what to say. It's good to explore rhetoric in the mind, okay, and the spirit and the soul. But like, I feel like every once in a while, a mathematician is like, check it out. Like, I've invented something or solved something that's going to be like a foundational element of astrophysics in 2 decades. Like, what do philosophers do now? Like, you're a writer, I assume. But like, didn't Soldier Boy kind of like cover it? Tweets? Yeah, yeah. I'm not trying to insult philosophy. I'm not saying, I think it's good to pursue what you're interested in. I just sort of don't get it, I guess. Which is fine. I'll try not to have an aversion to it for nothing. I write papers about what it means to make up your mind. All right, Possum Kingdom, I see you. Let's go. Yeah, dude, new tech. I didn't get the bounce boost on that one. Or that one. It's a scam, bro. I'm pretty sure they just spawn the ball like 100 spaces away from wherever your character model is. So why am I running so fast? Greatest shortcut of all time. Should be running the other way to see what's on top of the mountain. No, no, no. I haven't earned it yet. Are you one of those STEM guys? Not really. Not at all, actually. Even though I was in bio, which some people are calling like the hardest of all the STEMs. Who's saying that? Mostly other people in bio, I suppose. Look at this. Look at that sidling. Math and CS are considered the hardest. Yeah, see, this is why you as a STEM major need to take some humanities classes, because the whole like previous minute was a joke. And as you consume more media that requires like conscious thought and analysis, it's the sort of thing that becomes second nature to pick up on as it happens naturally in conversation. Sorry. CS is not hard, LOL. Listen, I don't know. Listen, I took one programming class per semester for like 12 semesters straight. It was easy, but I was only in one class. And also I had a fully developed frontal lobe by the time I went back to school. So I wasn't like distracting myself with dumb shit like I was when I was in university. Could it be hard? Sure. But I'm like, when I was doing it, I was like, it didn't seem that hard. Some genius motherfucker already built the computer. Another fucking genius learned how to make it talk. And then Bjarne Schaarstrup stepped in and said, what if I could make a language where you could talk to the computer? And he fucking did that shit. All I had to do was like read the dictionary. I mean, at the end of the day, at least at the level of coding that I was doing, there's a lot of like, just taking a problem that comes in words and then turning it into an arithmetic loop. And then once you do it, like 10,000 times, you stop getting those array out of bounds exceptions. and then you're good to go. Counter-Strike? CS 1.6 harder than getting a CS degree 100%. 100%. There's no doubt about it. I swear it's actually hard. Yeah, well, it's got to be hard, man, because they got to train you to work from home 5 days a week. Maybe 4.5. You come into the office at 11 a.m. on Friday because they do like a work happy hour where they got, you know, like the beers and stuff and the foosball table. I get it. You got to show up for the daily stand-up at 9:30, and you got to install a mouse jiggler so that the productivity monitoring software sees that you're actually working, even though you're riding the Peloton. That's right. Our hashtag Peloton, I'm using the tech that you taught me against you. I have learned, apparently, you have to plug the mouse jiggler into a different power port. If you use the one on your computer, it's going to narc on you. So what? Well, actually, you're cooking me with that one because I do think it's good. Because if there's still, I mean, the stock market's at an all-time high and nobody's working, how is this not a utopia? That's perfect, man. That's the dream scenario. The numbers are going up and everybody's like, you know, having their first cold brew at 10:42 a.m. Just wait for it. Wait for it. All right. I work from home. I play video games all day. I think there's a distinction to be made here. By the way, I'm just a guy. You know, I'm not trying to say that I'm like the prophet, Lizan al-Gaib or whatever. I think if you have a job that you find and a career that you find fulfilling, you have an obligation to yourself as an individual to pursue it with the utmost integrity in order to culture that fulfillment from within. That's why I take my streaming so seriously. If you just have a job that you're qualified for and you kind of like tolerate, but it's not like a core element of your personality, then I think you should do whatever you can to, you know, make it through the day and get paid. Maybe you got some prospects for upward movement in the future, but like, you know, you don't have to be a good soldier for the company forever. They would do the same, man, if they could pay you less, if they could give you the opposite of a raise, if they could give you a lower, and they thought that you wouldn't leave, they would do it in a heartbeat. So I think you should, whenever possible, treat them the same way that they would treat you. That's how business works, man. It's two entities treating each other as badly as possible. If you're not taking advantage of that, then you're getting taken advantage of, I suppose. Just my 2 cents. They love it. They're going. No, to write that one down. We got to say that again. Anytime the gift subs hit a lull, we're gonna bring out that old chestnut. Hang on, wait for it. There we go. Way. Whew. So you've been reading Marx? I haven't been reading much, but I have been buying some books. But I have not bought any Karl Marx books because I feel like that's not what he would want. Like he was in it for the love of the game, right? Hang. Go. You wouldn't download a book. Listen, my pirating days are well behind me. Pirating a book is crazy, though. Because, like, there's not even, like, you get the post-pirate remorse, like, instantly. If you were to download a movie or something like that, back in the day, that could take you like half an hour, 60 minutes or something like that. You know, if you decided that you didn't want to like rip $3 out of Sam Mendes's pocket, you could always bail out. But a book is like, you know, 1.2 megabytes. So as soon as you click the button, it's like you yoinked them immediately, man. Even college course books. I will say that's not my era. I'm a little older. I was in the I was right at the genesis of the music piracy era, and caught a little bit of the movie piracy era. But I don't think there was that much book piracy outside of like the library in 06 to 2010. You would just take your friend's textbook and then go to like the student union and photocopy the entire textbook at like 10 cents a page. In that way, like the textbook that normally costs like $100 only costs you like $340. Acoustic piracy. No! It's all right, we'll head him off at the pass. I was glancing a touch. Whoa, hang on. Trusted chatter, your anecdote has been purged. It said, I was at the airport, saw a guy reading a book on his phone. And I didn't see anything beyond that, which is, it could be anything, man. What happened after that? Is everybody okay? He had taken a picture of every page. That's fucking crazy, man. That's insane. He had taken a picture of every page. I can't stop thinking about it. You know what? You gotta respect it though, because that, and I mean that sincerely. That's like a one-of-a-kind guy. Like that's a guy that he decided to solve his own problem instead of Googling and living on the shoulders of giants, right? He said, oh, I want to read a book while I'm on the airplane, but I don't want to bring my book. Sure, I could get a Kindle and then have it on that, or I could get, you know, Kindle app on my phone or something like that, or I guess I could just bring a backpack and put the book in there. He said, nah, bro. I'm going to take a picture of every single page. It's like whenever people do the computer science 101 exercise that's like, write an application that can tell whether a number is even or odd, and then you look at the code and it's like a switch statement that's like, you know, case 1 odd, case 2 even, case 3 odd, case 4 even. You're like, they did do it, kind of. Probably not up till like integer 32.max value or whatever, but they did. That's local thunk. Well, that's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, is it a bad way to do it? Yeah, but like, if it works, who cares, man? It's their time. Why are you clock watching? It's like that. I like local thunk aided a little bit. All the bank programmers who are like, if I made a game, I would never program it like this. This guy doesn't deserve all the money he made for making Game of the Year. His code it's got too much coupling and not enough cohesion. This would never pass ISO 9001 certification. The same thing with like Celeste published their source code, and all the people who have done like, you know, Unity tutorials are like, what the fuck? The whole thing is just programmed in the game function? Like, or sorry, the game method? Yeah, but it's goated, dude. They did it. You're nothing. I walked Bennett Foddy up on stage at the NYU Tisch School of the Arts. I'm trained classically and object-orientedly. Who the fuck are you? Still got the voice. Happy to see it. In a way, I also kind of respect it more. Well, not more. Doing things the right way is probably the right way to do things. But I think it's cool if you're like a solo dev or you're on like a very small team to be like, well, I want to do this thing, but doing it the right way is going to require me to learn how to do it the right way, which is going to be like a big time investment. Whereas I could just like do it the wrong way and finish it and still come out ahead. And then like, you know, as long as you're not dealing with people's sensitive information, you're you're probably okay. How you do one thing is how you do everything. I think that would be cool if I believed that. But I really like, I half-ass a lot of stuff, but I also put a lot of care into the things I care about. So I disagree with the statement, but I also understand you can use a statement that's a lie like that to give you the motivation to do something you don't want to do. So it's a very powerful mantra you've expressed there. Help me. Okay, I got to slow down on that one. I forgot. Or maybe, no, this is fine. You got me thinking, though, because I was thinking about this. I think my wife and I have a good breakdown of our chore work right now. Now, me being the one that is saying that maybe means that she would disagree. You'd have to ask her. But I feel like what you might ask specifically, what's the breakdown? The breakdown is if I'm not doing anything else, I fucking tidy up. And if she's not doing anything else, she tidies up. Sometimes I got 15 minutes of free time. I'm like, what am I going to do? I go out to the kitchen. There's some dishes. I do the dishes. You know, I see some dirt on the floor. I'm like, I'm going to, vacuum or something. As a result, the place, between the two of us, it stays tidy. But I was thinking like in the more discreet sort of like chore trading that people tend to do, especially when they're younger. Whoever came up with the workload where like one person cooks and one person does the dishes was definitely the motherfucker doing the cooking. That's all I'm going to say. Any other dish Andes out here? Says you're cooking, you're like, we're going to have spaghetti tonight. And all of a sudden, okay, there's a pot, you fill it with water, you put the pasta in there, you get you cook the meat for the sauce and the vegetables for the sauce, then you pour the sauce in the pan, and then you move the noodles to the sauce, but you use the pasta scooper to stir the pasta, the one with the little tongs coming out of it, and then you got a wooden spoon or a spatula you're using for the sauce, and then you put it all out on platters, and everybody gets a fork and a spoon, and then like all of it, there's tongs involved to get the noodles onto the plate, and all of a sudden it's like, well, spaghetti's so easy to cook, it only took me 15 minutes, and I'm looking at I'm like, why are there 22 utensils in the sink? Now, just to be clear, this is not a dig at my wife. It was a dig at myself, because I cooked my child pasta yesterday, and I was like, why the fuck are there 22 utensils in the sink? So then I just did the dishes. But I will say, the reason, and this is just my take, the reason that I cook, you do the dishes is not a fair distinction, is because like cooking, as far as quote unquote chores go, is like, that's like a 9 out of 10. It's satisfying, it's enjoyable, you feel like a mad scientist, you get to sample the food. And dishes are like they're like a 5 out of 10. It's not the worst chore in the world. You're not cleaning up diarrhea or anything, but cooking also takes 20 times longer. Yeah, but you're not doing anything for like 19.5 of that 20x. It's like the stove is doing it. And then you're like, every once in a while, I got to toss some shit in. Like, it's not that hard. And then like you walk over to the pan and you like look at it, and then you turn the stove from like 4 heat to 3 heat. And you're like, yeah, that'll do it. Yeah. Sorry. No, that's your problem. You had it on 4. You have to have it on 3.7. Okay, I gotta lock in. Just give me a moment here. No, I didn't lock in. I didn't lock in. Bunch of 22-year-olds in the chat who have seen 50 J. Kenji Lopez alt videos. All of a sudden, they think they're Heston Blumenthal. Oh, let me guess. You've never made a reverse-seared, homemade kimchi-marinated pork chop served on arboreal rice? Well, okay, you might have me on that one, to be honest with you, but you wouldn't catch me making my own kimchi. We don't have the dishes, and to be honest with you, it doesn't get that cold in the wintertime, so I'm not burying that shit in the front yard. Okay, that's my bad. Let me guess, you've never made ice soup. What were you doing at 22? Teaching 6-year-old South Korean kids how to say, I'm fine, thank you, and you? Oh, sorry, what I meant to say was nurturing the education of the world's youth for 1.8 million won per month. Room included. What's board? What's like? So room is your rent. What the fuck is board? Meals? That doesn't make any sense. Meals on a board? Yeah, maybe if you're at like a gastropub. We want plates. Am I right, people? Am I right? You know the Japanese restaurant going to be fire when they serve that shit in a bowl that they bought at Daiso. That's all I'm saying, okay? You ever go eat? You get like some kitsune udon or something like that, and it comes out in a bowl that you also own. I got served hummus on a trowel this weekend. Honestly, that's a vestige of like the late 2010s, I think. I think you should respect that restaurant. This 97-year-old restaurant still serves hummus the old-fashioned way. I feel like plates have come back, but it might just be because I moved to like a less trendy area. So all the restaurants are like, you know, Bill's Family Restaurant. And you're like, what the fuck did they serve at Bill's? So you walk in and it's like chicken chow mein and BLTs. And you're like, oh shit, I didn't know Bill was cooking like that. Nice try, nice try. Serve that shit on an old boot or something. Got a long way to go. Ever had a Chica Cherry Cola? I haven't. I would though, because like, I mean, I'm drinking the shit that made Savage Garden want you. Or whatever. 1 week did come on my Peloton ride today though. And before you're like, why wouldn't you skip it? Well, who do you think is the motherfucker who put it on the playlist, bro? Of course I know him. He's me. Go ahead. Are you a plate salad guy or a bowl salad guy? It's one of those things that I personally, for the average salad, I feel like it's been solved. It's bowl with a plate with a lip, like a platter. A bowl, I feel, always concentrates the salad dressing at the bottom, which is not ideal. So like a shallow bowl or a deep plate is the salad vessel of choice, I think. You know what's pissing me off too? Listen. I'm putting the system on trial today. We're solving a lot of mundane problems. You order a salad for delivery, okay? At first, I was like, this is sick. It comes in like a bowl like a biodegradable cardboard bowl with the food in it, dressing on the side. You put the dressing on top. You put the bowl on you put the lid on the bowl, and you get to shake it. You're like, that's fun, right? No problem. But why the fuck they got the salad filled up to the brim? You pour the dressing on top of it. You put the lid on. You shake it. The shit is packed in so tight, nothing's moving. It's always too full. So now I put the dressing on, I shake it, and then all of a sudden I open it up and there's still just a big puddle of dressing on top of like one piece of spinach at the top. You gotta have bigger bowls, dude. Complaining about too much food? Yeah, because I'm not American. The volume of the food has compromised the integrity of the food, man. Take it back. Low blow. Are you not American? Oppie. It's a simple question. Canada's just America Junior. True, but like, to be honest, it's not like you had fuck all to do with that. So I don't know why you're taking credit for it. Your ass isn't fucking Thomas Jefferson. You didn't buy Louisiana. You're probably just working like an email job and paying as few taxes as possible. And then you're like, I love my country. You didn't fucking do anything, man. No disrespect. There's nothing wrong with that until you start taking shots at other people who are citizens of other countries. Dude, we're making progress. You were taking shots first? No, they were taking shots first. They took shots at me as a human being. So I took shots at their perceived nationality because Americans are one of the only nationalities you can make fun of without it being, construed as racism. And then they insulted my country, which is fucked up, bro. Americans, you can't make fun of anybody. Anybody can make fun of America, and Americans can't make fun of anybody. Because it's the punching up, punching down dynamic. I'm sorry. It's just the way of the world. England can make fun of America, but America can't make fun of England, even though it's funny. Canada probably would be third there. I would say they're like right below England. Like we can make fun of England and America, but we can't make fun of Ireland or Scotland. Only England, as far as the British Isles go. We can make fun of everyone. True. That's true. That's pretty true. Ireland's kind of chill, though. I just feel bad because I always get Irish artists and Scottish artists confused. Like, where is the lead singer of the Cranberries from? She must be from Scotland, right? She's from Ireland. Fuck. Linger was on the Peloton ride today, man. I was like, whoa, Scottish accent. Turns out she's from Ireland. My mistake. Yeah, Dolores O'Riordan. She who asks if you had to let it linger. Linger goes. That was the song, man. That was the song. Isn't her biggest song about the Troubles? I'm pretty sure her biggest song is about The Walking Dead, my man. It's called Zombie, okay? Pretty sure that's about Rick Grimes. And all the other Grimeses. Except for the Elon's Grimes. Just wait, just wait, just wait. Can you sing Even Flow by Pearl Jam? Yeah, I can and I have, but I'm not gonna. You're a puss? I'm not Eddie Vedder, bro. I'm leaving that shit to the master. We're almost back where we were before we started a new game. Whoops. You 100% sung that shit in Guitar Hero 3? Guitar Hero 3 didn't have a mic attachment. Bro, don't cite the old words to me, witch. I was there when they were written. They didn't get that shit going till like World Tour or whatever. You can still sing it? You know, not when I'm FCing it in a head-to-head duel online. I get distracted. Thank you, Fate Bunny. Very cool. Thank you. There was no online in Guitar Hero 3? Were you, like, alive when this happened? There was online in Guitar Hero 3. I was mowing people down in that shit, bro. I have lived experience. For some systems. Here we go. Here's the walk back. I was right as long as we're talking about the GameCube version. Okay, well, I don't... Oh, don't blame me. I was 6. Okay, well, then don't trust your fucking cooked 6-year-old brain, dude. It's been 20 years. You got to recognize that some of your, you know, the knowledge you've been persisting on since childhood is fallible. Nope. Well, you know, I'm guilty of it too. Can you test what the bombs do? POV, you're Richard Feynman at Los Alamos, 1943. Open parentheses, he's in a strip club, close parentheses. Yes. Well, he was not jorking it. According to him, at least. He just claimed that it was one of the places that helped him concentrate the most. They don't make motherfuckers like that anymore, man. There's no college professors that are marking your papers at the titty bar. It's probably good, but I wish there were still like, I don't know, like 8 motherfuckers like that in America. Because they're characters. You need characters like that, man. People are overall less degen. Yeah, I know. It's kind of like it's good, but it's kind of bad. Like, it's mostly good for, like, you know, safety and, like, crime and stuff like that. But I think it's kind of, like, I honestly believe Richard Feynman was not jerking off in the titty bar. I believe he was marking the papers. Because why would he lie in his own autobiography? He just wouldn't write the shit about being in the titty bar. I believe he was kind of like a freak, and that's why he's like, I'm just going to write about me marking the papers at the strip club. Now, I don't want to mark any papers at the strip club because I find the strip club a very awkward place to be. The 2 times in my life I've been to one. It's too loud. It's too everything, man. It's too... Can you talk about it? There's nothing really to talk about. People walk up on stage and like take off all their clothes to Kryptonite by 3 Doors Down. And then like, well, I don't know that... So I was at a strip club twice. Once was when I was 18 in Montreal. So we got like no attention from the dancers because they knew we were broke, which is valid. And then the other time was like my friends 20th or 21st birthday, and he didn't even want to go. I think like nobody wanted to go to the strip club. Like maybe one or two of the dudes we were with are like, let's go to the strip club. It's your birthday. And even he was like, I don't really want to, but like, I guess. And then I just remember like at some point, a couple dancers came over and they were like, hey, it's your birthday. Let's do shots. So they bought a bunch of shots, and then the strippers took all the shots on the platter themselves. There were like 8 shots of tequila for 4 people, and the 2 of them just did all 8. I was like, that's fucking funny, but like, what are we doing here? Oh man. It's just I feel like that's an industry that is gonna die if it hasn't already died. We got much more introverted perverts, I think, in 2024 than existed in like 1984. You're so wrong. I don't know, man. Really? Is there like a strip club quarterly where I can look at how the figures are looking for the strip club industry? Like, are they in a what's the word I'm looking for? Are they in a downturn right now? Are they in a secular recession? Here we go. Come to Miami, you'll change your mind. Yeah, but like, no disrespect, but that's like, Miami's kind of like Las Vegas, right? Like, I feel like, sure, I mean, if you choose to live in Miami, like, okay, I'm trying to avoid saying that it's a fake place because that's not true. There's lots of like real people living there. But like also the fakest people on the planet are like, I think I'm going to move to Miami, right? Bro, that's so gettable. Sergei Bobrovsky on the rebounds. Be careful, you live in Vancouver. Yeah, but I'm not like the first guy. Well, D. Ugly is the first guy to make fun of Vancouver. I'm the second guy to make fun of Vancouver. Most Vancouver criticisms are like stuff where I plus to it when they come from people who live here. The only time like I minus to it is when someone who doesn't live here like makes a joke about it, and I'm like, you're working on like antiquated like Babylon Bee talking points or something. When people are like, you can't wear open-toed shoes because there's needles everywhere. I'm like, you're out of your fucking mind. You gotta like leave your house, man. I've seen like 2 needles. It's not 0. But it's certainly, I mean, you know, you gotta pay attention. You can certainly wear sandals. Lots of people are out here wearing sandals. My girlfriend watched a video about Vancouver and now she thinks it's a hellscape. Yeah, I mean, listen, I understand people's curiosity, but I kind of find it like a little detestable. All the like poverty porn, like people go to Vancouver and then like you can just search it on YouTube. There's like 4K walking tour of the downtown east side. And I'm like, this is gross, man. You're at like you're treating it like a human zoo or something like that. Like that's, listen, the neighborhood is like not nice, obviously. And it's a little dangerous, especially if you're like a block of cheese, like you're gonna get stolen. But like, that's also just, when you live in Vancouver, you're like, that's just a no-go zone. Unless maybe you're going to the Save on Meats deli to get some sick poutine or something like that. I'm trying to think of, There's some good restaurants down there. But you're like, yeah, you don't go there. It's like the same thing, like, you know, if you live in Montana or something, you could just pull up like random GPS coordinates and you'd be like, what's around here? And they'd be like grass, you know? Oh, do you go there? No, we avoid we go to the Costco, man. Every city's got no-go zones for different reasons. People talk about Chicago like it's Escape from Tarkov. So true. So true. DL Guiga, would you back that up? How can it be dangerous if there's no guns? Well, listen. There's probably still some guns, and you could get stabbed. I'm just trying to keep it real with you. But, like, the worst I've ever had in Vancouver is I have been harassed, which is not necessarily unsafe, but it's like, it kind of sends a chill down your spine when you're, like, walking around Pacific Central Station, and then, like, some dude just starts screaming at you. And then you, like, look at him for a second because you're, like, raised to have conversations with people. You pull out one earbud, and you're like, you talking to me? And then the guy's like, yeah. And then you just put your earbud in and then walk away. But, you know, it happens. Sorry, brother, nothing on me. Caleb Pitts, you will die on August 6, 2023, when a stray bullet rips through your window and hits you in the neck. Sorry, brother, nothing on me. We did, like, this is probably 10 years ago. We were walking in the west end of Vancouver, and an obviously distressed gentleman just shouted, "It's earthquake time," at the top of his lungs. Like, insanely loud. And I always thought, like, imagine what it would do to him and everybody else around him if an earthquake hit, like, within 30 seconds of him saying that. Then he earthquaked all over us. Anyway, I would just tell you know, I've gone to many, many parks and playgrounds in parts of Vancouver that, you know, people would probably, at least tourists would probably assume that it's, like, scary. And, yeah, there have been a couple of times where I was like, we're not going to go to this park right now. Listen, I'm not saying it's all roses, okay? We got problems over here, but that was like a 1 in 25 type of deal. It's not a 1 in 1. You know, it's not a guarantee. Yes, if you're staying at like an Airbnb downtown and you leave your car unlocked, there will be no possessions left in it when you wake up. But that's just like common sense. You gotta lock that shit. Or park it in like an underground garage or something. So they don't break the window? Well, it depends. Like, it hasn't happened to us in a while because we already had our hammer that breaks windows stolen, so. How bad was the riot? Honestly, I didn't live here. I lived in Daegu, South Korea at the time. So I don't have any first-hand experience. Officer. Like, at least it was a riot for like something meaningful, right? Like hockey. Instead of like a, you know, some kind of fucked up stupid riot. Such as? Yeah, well, thinking about it. I'm trying to think about it. Wasn't there a riot at the PNE last year in Vancouver because like Lil Baby or Da Baby didn't show up for his concert or something? I'm not making a joke. I don't know whether it was Lil Baby or Da Baby. I also don't know if Lil Baby and Da Baby are two different people. I think if you had a gun to my head, I would say that they are. They are. Da Baby is the one who's canceled. He's the one who, like, this month is probably not his favorite month of the year, right? Yes, okay. That's correct. And Lil Baby is just like a little flaky, I guess, because he didn't show up for that concert at the PNE. But honestly, it's hard to blame him. That shit is not centrally located. That's out there in like Hastings Sunrise or something. It smells like decrowed because of the chicken refinery or whatever's out there. I can't really blame him for that one. I mean, he was probably like signed the contract or whatever, but what the hell is a chicken refinery? I don't know. It's like a poultry smelter or something. Anybody here live in Hastings Sunrise? What's the smell? You know it smells. I'm not. You knew when you moved there that it smelled. Just tell me what the origin of the smell is. It's a chicken rendering plant. Yeah. Chicken processing. A chicken refinery. Refined chicken. You have a drumstick and your brain stops ticking. Hey. These bare naked ladies pilled. Embarrassingly, I think I am, yeah. At least, you know, Gordon, born on a pirate ship, Stunt, and Maroon. Yeah, I'd say I'm bare naked ladies pilled. Richard Feynman marking papers, be like, yeah, I hear you. I hear you. It's the Hallmark's poultry processors. Thank you, librarian. Very cool. Thank you. They should remake If I Had $1 Million. If I had $1 million, I'd buy you a foot-long cold cut combo, but you'd have to bring your own chips and drink. If I had I'd buy your love. That could work, man. Needs a little work, but it could work. Librarian, why are you watching so many films lately? Leave him alone. He's kino-pilled. He watched Old Boy. Now, did he live tweet the movie with references to I Show Speed? Yeah, but like everybody's got to start somewhere, man. I did like, you must be part of the new generation. Because when I saw Parasite, I was like, it's the motherfucker from Old Boy. When you watch Old Boy, you said, what the fuck? That's the motherfucker from Parasite. And then some 16-year-old's going to come in there and be like, yeah, I recognize him from Memories of a Murder. Okay, I get you Googled fucking Korean movies ranked or whatever. I'm not like other cinephiles. I like Memories of a Murder the best. Okay, congratulations. It's a good movie? You haven't seen it. Well, maybe you have. They got 5 booms from me. I got to see that, man. I got to see that one. Memories of a Murder was my favorite that day. Even better than Old Boy, huh? Maybe I got to see Old Boy that's a 5 booms for sure. Old Boy original. I think I got to see Burning again Because when I saw it for the first time, I think my brain had been cooked by reading too many Wikipedia plot summaries of movies, and I was like, nothing happens in this movie. They don't come to a concrete answer about what happens at the end. But now that I've exorcised the Marvel demon from my brain and gotten in touch with the philosophy of real art, I think I got to go see it again. So that I'm not like, what point does this 11-minute scene where they drink a bottle of wine and then the lady dances? Well, it doesn't advance the plot. Okay, hang on. This is where we got to lock in. We're so back. Hold. That's not going to hold. Maybe on the other side. It's going to take a bit. It's all right. Just go straight. Just go straight. It's getting some unfavorable bounces, but this one doesn't look too bad. Buys me an extra second or two. Yeah. Okay, and then get stuck again at Stonehenge 3. Oh my God, how did you hit the middle at least? It can hold there for a millisecond. 16 meters a second. Holy fuck, dude. There's like a shorthand to convert meters per second to kilometers per hour, right? It's like you multiply it. I know this sounds insane, but the back of the napkin calculation is like you multiply it by 4 or something, right? You're telling me this motherfucker was moving at 60 kilometers an hour? Hold? Oh! Times 3.6. I guess that makes sense. Because there's 3,600 seconds in an hour. Is that right? And then 1,000 meters in a kilometer. Yeah, okay. It happens, man. It happens. Need to put it in football fields. Football fields and basis points. What do you think the average IQ level of your chat is? I'm going to be a different kind of beast and say 101. Why 101? Well, the average is 100, so let's start there. I think that people below the median IQ measured intelligence are actually out there leading more interesting lives. And as a result, are disproportionately underrepresented on Twitch. Don't get me wrong, there's a few dumb motherfuckers in chat. Sometimes you see them type and you're just like, oh man, you're not living in the real world. You're in a bit of fantasy land. But on average, yeah, I'd say we're probably like one point more than the average intelligence. Of course, man. Of course. And yourself? I actually did an IQ test when I was a kid at IQtest.net, and my IQ was actually 201. And they wanted me to, like, I wanted to read more because they said I was the smartest person that has ever taken the test, even though I was just a little kid. But then they were like, $50, and we got to, like, get your address so we can send this, like, test package to your door and stuff like that. And I was like, I don't have a credit card. I'm 12 years old, so. But, like, maybe I should go back and do it because I think, like, the world needs to know. You know what's a feeling I haven't felt in a long time? And it like feel for you if you're at this age that you have to still deal with this. not having a credit card but wanting to buy something online, so you have to out your purchase to your mom so that she gets to be like the final arbiter of whether she's going to use her credit card to pay for this, even if you're going to pay her back with cash. Like sometimes you would just be like, you know, it's just like Xbox Live Gold for 1 year. I'll pay you back. I've got cash. Then sometimes you'd be like, oh, I want to get a book on Amazon and or an album or something like that. And then she's like, oh, what's this singer like? And you're like, Mom, it's Sufjan Stevens. He's kind of like the millennial Paul Simon, I guess. I don't know. It's kind of hard to explain. Then she like puts on like Casimir Pulaski Day or something like that, and you're like, oh man. My mom telling me that the only Modest Mouse song she likes is Styrofoam Boots, but she doesn't like it when the snare drum kicks in. God love her. She's a nice lady, don't get me wrong. And we have some shared taste in music, but not 100% for sure. Me when I want to buy apps on the App Store where you drink a beer on your phone. Yeah. That's oomph. Yeah, man. Yeah. She's my oomph too. She's a nice lady, man. She's funny. And I mean, this is 20 years ago. I do remember one time, so we had a very, very small workout room in our house because my parents only had one kid. So you're like, what the fuck do you do with this extra room? So we put like a treadmill in there, or a stationary bike, and then like some free weights, like some 20-pound dumbbells. So I would work out in there in high school. And one time I left my Creative Zen jukebox in there. And I remember I got home from school and my mom was like, hey, I worked out today, so I listened to your MP3 player. Hope you don't mind. You got some interesting songs on there. And then I went into like recently played, and she was listening to like the Mariner's Revenge song by the Decemberists and stuff like that. And I was like, oh, Mom thinks I'm a drama kid. No! She was cool with it, though. She was probably like, my son is fucking weird, dude. He's fucking 16 years old. In the jaws of a giant whale. But then the priory took pity and hired me to keep his viscera nice and neat. She's probably like, what the fuck is this guy on? You should be listening to 1-2 Step right now. When are you going to talk some shit? I guess I haven't talked that much shit. You don't have to? Kind of feels like I should, though. You guys see Coney getting the shit beat out of him by adult Sonic fans all weekend? He really is God's strongest soldier. It was like a month and a half ago that he went in on adult Bluey viewers saying the things I wish I had the courage to say on Twitter. And then like now he's like, I forget what he said, but he was basically like, anybody who likes the Sonic adventure games is stupid. And then listen, I don't disagree. I don't know if I would have said it like that, but it's like 3 days later, he's getting dragged, man. He's going through it right now. He's probably getting death threats. Yeah, I know. It's people don't play about their Sonic, which makes no sense to me at all. But like I just know better than to touch that hornet's nest, I guess. We got like 33-year-old motherfuckers out there on Twitter who are named like Daryl the Hedgehog. You think I want that guy up in my mentions? No, live and let live, brother. You do you, I'll do me. We can coexist. We'll just stay far away from one another, okay? I don't want the smoke. Now I'll be on the alt clicking the like button under all of Coney's tweets, but publicly I don't want the smoke. What does your Sonic OC look like? It looks exactly like me, but like a different color than Sonic. So he's like green, because green's my favorite color. And then, like, for no reason, he has like an MS Paint Canadian flag behind him, because this Sonic is Canadian. Or this hedgehog is Canadian. Sorry, he's not Sonic. Okay, just give me a minute here. I was not locked in. 20. Oh, this motherfucker's going like 80 kilometers an hour, man. I can't run that fast. That's not gonna hold. It's the same with new gen Weezer fans. That's just one. Listen. I mean, how old are new gen Weezer fans? They gotta be like 13 years old, right? Like, I'm not gonna be arguing with them on Twitter. Like, they're allowed to have their 21-year-old opinions. But like, the Sonic the Hedgehog is crazy to me, because I'm like, no disrespect, but Mario just cleared him. He left the corpse of Sonic the Hedgehog like dead and bloodied in an alley in like 1993. Saved. Now you might say, NL, you're only saying that because you're ass at the games. And I'll tell you that you are 100% right. I do not. Anytime I've ever played a Sonic game, I am like, why the fuck am I going so fast? I can't react in time to the shit in my environment. I need the game to be a little bit slower. I'm not saying Sonic should be slower. I'm just saying it's not for me. It's too fucking fast. I can't handle it. It is my problem 100%. Sonic has done nothing wrong. They should make a game called, yes, fucking Park the Slug or something like that. I guess that's just Into the Breach. You go at your own pace. Park the Slug. Favorite Rush album? Dead Ass, Gun to My Head. I mean, I gotta go Moving Pictures, bro. Tom Sawyer, Red Barchetta, YYZ, Vital Signs, The Camera Eye, Limelight. There's a lot of, I mean, there's 2112 is more proggy for sure. I've only listened to 2112 a few times, admittedly. Maybe it takes more time to blossom. But I'm a Moving Pictures guy. The Camera Eye is not good. You don't like it? Faceless and forgiving, walking through the streets of London. I do believe that they actually say "Hello, Governor" in the song, but it's a goated song, man. It's not the best song on Moving Pictures, probably. I really like Red Barchetta, man. It's a good song. The Trees is fucking ass. No disrespect. It's actually double ass, because whenever you tell people it's bad, they go, it's a metaphor. And you're like, yeah, I know. Trees don't talk. Obviously, it's a metaphor. I didn't believe that the tree shaved his fucking head. That doesn't make any damn sense. Hang on, watch this. What movie changed you the most? 9th grade, Miracle of Life. Health class, you remember where you were. Dumb and Dumber, 1994. 1965, the Zapruder film. That didn't just change my life, I think it changed everybody's life. We're still living kind of like in the reverberations of that. Have you ever heard We Didn't Start the Fire by Billy Joel? The Ring, that's a scary one. The Grudge. House of Wax, the Paris Hilton remake. Lots of stuff. Freddy versus Jason. Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Rob Zombie remake. Freddy got fingered, yes. Daddy, would you like some sausage? I'm the backwards man. You can't hurt me, not with my cheese helmet. Iron Man 2. Saw Iron Man 1, 2, and 3 in theaters, man. I guess they all made, like, close to $1 billion. I guess it's not that rare. This is, like, a little rare. Because, like, my life had changed a lot by the time Iron Man 3 came out. And I was still going to the theater to see the man in the suit. I was also a firm believer I've been wrong about a lot of stuff, man. There was definitely you know how when like a little kid goes to see a movie, it's always their favorite movie? Like the favorite movie, if you ask like a 5-year-old, is always like a sequel to some shitty comedy that came out like 2 months ago. So like right now, probably if you asked 100 5-year-olds, best movie of all time, I'm telling you dead ass, they're going to say Inside Out 2. Enough of them saw it last weekend, clearly. Either way, though, I was basically like that until I was like 25. I saw Iron Man 1 in theaters. I went, this is one of the best fucking movies I've ever seen in my life. Tony Stark built this in a cave out of scraps, okay? That's not like best movie of all time is kind of crazy, but Iron Man 1 is good. It broke new ground, right? I saw Iron Man 2 in theaters like 3 years later. People were like, how was it? I was like, it fucking blows the doors off Iron Man 1. It's everything Iron Man 1 wishes it could be. It innovates on the formula that they put down in the first movie. Before Infinity War came out, Kate and I watched all the Marvel stuff again, and I was like, Iron Man 2 fucking sucks, dude. It's not even close to as good as Iron Man 1. What the fuck was I thinking? I think I just like popcorn, man. I just like popcorn and soda. Like in the same way that like if you review a movie on Letterboxd, you should also have to post like your phone screen time from when you watch the movie. I'm not saying the review doesn't count, but if you're like Hereditary's mid and then I look at your phone screen time and it's like you had 80 minutes of screen time in this 120-minute long movie, I'm not going to take you as seriously unless you agree with me. Same thing you should have to say in the review if you saw it at the theater and if you got popcorn. Because if you get popcorn, that's like a plus half star to any movie. You can't, it's classical conditioning, man. You're like, oh, this movie's kind of mid. Then you take a bite of like salty, buttery popcorn and your brain is like, that's good. And you look at the screen and you like reinforce. You're like, actually, this movie's kind of sick. This movie's kind of delicious. This movie's kind of like the best tasting movie I've ever seen in my fucking life, dude. Okay, just wait. Just wait. Just wait. There we go. This movie's really greasing up my fingers, yeah. Wait a minute, this movie has a hole in the bottom of it. There appears to be some kind of warm sausage sticking through the bottom of this movie. Appear to be wrapping my fingers around the movie and stroking it until some kind of warm liquid butter comes out? Hold up. What the hell, Pixar? This shit wasn't in the damn trailer. We were actually going to go see Inside Out 2 this weekend. Because, you know, it's a kid's movie, no disrespect. And my daughter's a child. We thought maybe this would be the first time we could take her to the movie theater. We were like, on Friday, we were like, do you want to see it tomorrow? And she's like, no, I don't want to see movies that I've never seen before, which is a bit of a catch-22, obviously. And I said, okay, maybe we'll try tomorrow. And then we're like, okay, we're going to go see the movie. And then she started like freaking out. She was like, I don't want to go see the movie. It's scary. Kate and I were like, it's not scary. It's Inside Out 2. It might make you, it'll emotionally manipulate you. There's probably going to be like a moment or two where you're going to cry or whatever, but like, it's not scary. And then she's like, no, I don't want to go. I'm like, okay. Maybe age 4 is when we'll take her to the movie theater for the first time. When does Dune Eternal come out? Sorry, Dune Messiah. I'm pretty sure Doom Eternal came out a couple of years ago. Also not suitable for children. Right. And she was also telling me that she'd seen Inside Out too. And at first I was like, what are you talking about? And then I realized that there was a time where, like, on her iPad, she would watch the Inside Out trailer, which is like 3 seconds of dialogue, and it's set to Boston's More Than a Feeling. And I was like, you haven't seen the movie, you've only seen the trailer. Should watch a DivX cam rip. I mean, I think, honestly, ruining a movie and getting it out of your system is a rite of passage. I probably ruined The Addams Family for some motherfuckers when that was the first movie I saw in theaters. And then the disembodied hand starts running right at the screen. That shit's spooky, man. I don't know why the first movie I saw in theaters was the fucking Addams Family. They're creepy and they're kooky. They're fucking sneaky and they're spooky. Yeah, but Gomez and Morticia actually model a really healthy marriage. Brother, you are 34 years old. I was 3.5. They were putting fucking frog's eyes in the stew. That shit was bubbling, man. They put Uncle Fester in the fucking electric chair. Okay? I didn't have a good grasp on what was real and what was fake when I saw that shit. Now, is it good? Yeah, it's a good movie. I even like it more than Addams Family Values. I think that's a lot of nostalgia talking. But yeah, you gotta, like, listen, don't take your 3-year-old to see, like, The Irishman or something. That's crazy. Don't even take your 23-year-old to see The Irishman. It's not enough enrichment for them. But, like, yeah, you can ruin, like, one G-rated movie just to get the trauma out of your kid's system, I think. It's not the time for us yet, though. Okay, I was locked in. Saw the first Ghostbusters when I was 3. Listen, I'll just tell you straight up. There's a long list of movies that gave me nightmares as a kid. Ghostbusters 1 was not amongst them. Ghostbusters 2 was amongst them, though, for sure. I was worried that Vigo was real and he was going to turn the Cataraqui River into pink slime. What about the scene where he gets blown by a ghost? When you're a kid, you don't fucking get it. You know, you're like, they're probably just tickling each other down there or something. Which is actually like, I mean, it kind of is what it is, I suppose. But like, a little different. There is a difference for sure. The Mummy? I didn't get freaked out by The Mummy, but it is a common one. The scarabs under the skin. Yeah. I hear you on that one. I guess I'm blessed that for whatever. I must have been like a little bit older at least. Pee-wee's Adventure. Yeah, Large Marge. If you're up around my age, it's a little spooky. Independence Day fucked me up. Starship Troop. Anything with aliens fucked me up a little bit. Like, you know, this is how you know fears are like not really that rational, or are they the most rational thing on the planet? I wasn't really scared of like monsters, but I was concerned that like aliens were gonna invade my fucking like rural ass Canadian town. Like anytime I heard a noise outside when I was a kid, I would be like, that's the UFO landing to come and fucking vaporize us. I'm trying to think of like what. It must have been so hard for my parents because we're going through the same thing with like my daughter. And she's like, I see monsters. And we're like, there's no monsters aren't real. And she's like, they are real. I've seen them. And I'm like, come on. This isn't r/no sleep, okay? But like imagine my parents are both trying to get to sleep so they can like get up at 6:02 a.m. and go to work for 10 hours. Then at 1 a.m., I'm like, Mom! I think I saw an alien outside my window. She's like, shut the fuck up, dude. She never said that. She was always like very tender and comforting. But like when she went back to bed and my dad was like, what is it this time? She probably was like, fucking aliens again. Our kid is an idiot. Now I gotta go to work on like 4 hours of sleep because our kids saw Independence Day and the fucking alien said no sleep or whatever. Not no sleep, no peace. No sleep. War of the Worlds was scary. Are you 100 years old or like 27? I saw it in my, it was my senior year of high school, so I recognized at that point that it was fiction. I can't put myself in the shoes of a child or an adolescent aside, so. But it's like, you know, relatively mundane shit will fuck you up when you're like a little kid. I lost a lot of sleep over Gary Oldman transforming into a weird alien spider at the end of that shitty Lost in Space movie. That movie was not worth losing sleep over for sure. Mars Attacks, yeah, Mars Attacks freaked me out for sure. I don't know why I kept watching all these alien movies, man. I was doing it to myself. Beetlejuice. Who framed Roger Rabbit? Yeah, that's a big one. When he puts him in the dip. Jumanji? A little bit. For the one in Jumanji that would get me as a kid is when the kid turns into like a spider monkey. I wasn't even scared of like the rhino stampede. It was just like, Mom, what if I open a board game and it turns me into a fucking monkey? E.T.? Bro, E.T. is scary. The scary thing is not the alien, though. The scary thing is the fucking us. It really makes you think. When the dudes in the hazmat suits take Elliot and E.T. into the plastic tubing and stuff. When they beat him to death with hammers. Yeah, exactly. I saw Seven when I was like 8 and it fucked me up. That's just, listen, either you did that to yourself or that's horrendous parenting. That one should, like, that could cause nightmares in an adult. No 8-year-old kid should be seeing Seven. I'm resisting trying to make like a numerological joke, but my mom let me watch Signs at 7. That's a freaky ass movie, man. That's too early to watch Signs. What's crazy, though, is like when you're a kid, you feel so comforted that there's like adults around. Like, I don't care if a fucking 7-foot-tall alien walks past my birthday party. At least my dad and my uncle are there. Now I'm in the position of being like the dad and the uncle. And I'm like, if an alien walks by this birthday party, what the fuck do they want me to do, man? Take a photo of it? Like, I'm not gonna, I got no recourse. Me and my brother-in-law are gonna run down this alien and like kill him or something. Come on. I'm gonna be like, oh fuck. I'm gonna be freaking out too. It's gonna put me in, Act 1 of 2001: A Space Odyssey mode. What I'm saying is, if you were a child, you should not really feel comforted in the event of a supernatural apocalypse if there's adults nearby. Because we will not be able to do anything, to be honest with you. I'm sorry if you're watching this and you're like 8 and you're like, my dad would just save me from the alien. He would probably try. But those motherfuckers have faster than light travel. Like, we're working at a serious disadvantage if you look at the tail of the tape. I would do my best. Because, like, if something happens and they end up allergic to water, I mean, I don't want to be the guy who's like, yeah, I kind of like ditched my family and now the aliens are all gone. Whoopsie, right? Like, that's like a force majeure type situation. So like it's just one, I'm sorry to say it. It's kind of like, I guess it's heteronormative, but as a man, as a father, you kind of got to sack the body on that one. Otherwise, you're going to be shunned in the event of the apocalypse reversing. But like, yeah, the same thing, when I was like a kid, I'd be scared to go on like a train ride or something like that. I'd be like, what if the train derails? And I'd be like, don't worry, Grandpa's here. Train can't derail when your grandpa's here. He doesn't know what the fuck's going on with railroad infrastructure. He's like 72 years old. He's probably going to be more fucked up than me if this bitch comes uncoupled. I'm going to be dragging his ass out through the window. You're on your own, man. Like, no disrespect to my mom, but what the fuck is my mom gonna do if there's an alien invasion? She's gonna like hug me while they hit us with the fucking heat ray. If we're lucky, we get instantly vaporized and not like taken up to the UFO in a fucking traction beam and a tractor beam and experimented on or kept in some kind of fucked up Kurt Vonnegut zoo or something like that. We're going down. She just doesn't have the. She doesn't have the capabilities. She doesn't have the move set to stop the aliens from getting us, man. But when I was 7, she was the vanguard. She was Earth's vanguard. What about your dad? He'd be beating those fuckers up with the Canadian Tire hockey stick for sure. He could probably take out 3 or 4 before they probe his anus or whatever they do. What are the aliens doing these days? They do love to probe the, and I think that we give the aliens too much shit for probing the anus. We only have so many orifices, bro, and we got a lot of shit to take data on and measurements. It's really, I mean, if you're trying to get some measurements of what's going on inside the human body, there's only 2 entrances, man. You're going through the mouth or you're going through the anus. Even the doctors are only going through the mouth and the anus when they got to look at some shit in there. What do you expect the aliens to do? I'm just saying, we got to give the aliens some credit, man. There's other orifices? Yeah, but like, I don't know how familiar you are with human anatomy, but they don't all lead places. Some of them are like dead ends. No, they're not. Yes, they are, man. Yes, they are. No, they're not. Yes, they are, man. There's some cul-de-sacs up in there. Name one? I don't want to because you're going to be gross about it. Help. Tangent to the curve. Tangent to the curve. Oh! Actually, MLG Game of Sisyphus gameplay right there. Noses go to the same place. I wasn't talking about the nose, big dog. We've made it. I was defending you. Okay, never mind. Thank you, big dog. Thank you. Thank you, big dog. Very cool. Why does a suppository have to go through the anus? Hey, I got an honest question for you. I've had, like, my body's been fucked up from time to time. I've never even seen a suppository. Did they just stop making them for, like, mundane stuff? Because people were like, yeah, I'm not going to do that? Like, I think that's valid. Like, I think, you know, I think if you work in the pharmaceutical industry, if you see the opportunity to turn, like, an anal suppository into, like, a little pill that you could take a couple times a day, that's probably good for society. I don't know what you use a suppository for. I mean, fecal transplant, I'm sure. I always wonder with the fecal transplant, are they just like pulling a log out of the freezer or something and then putting it in there? by the freezer because it's got to stay together, man. You don't want that shit to like start disintegrating on insertion. You need it to have structural integrity. Like even the most solid logs at room temperature, they're gonna smear. Okay, that's why you need to. I don't know. You gotta either freeze it or like carbonize it or something. I get it. Like if you can't take a pill, if you're like a baby or something, then you need a suppository. But I don't even think I've ever been at the pharmacy and seen like I've never been to like the suppository section. Maybe they're all prescription because they can't trust like just the average person to read the back of the box and do it right. I'm sure the pharmacist wants to talk to you and be like, here's how you don't blow your shit out with the suppository. Anti-nausea so you don't throw it up. I always thought that it gave you nausea because of the effect of the drug. Well, no, wait, no, that makes sense. But when you throw it up, it's not in your stomach. Okay, that makes more sense. I know a lot about the human body. Compliance is a big thing with suppositories. Open parentheses, I am a pharmacist. That makes sense. I mean, if I got a course of antibiotics and they were for anal insertion, as soon as the symptoms stop, I'm probably not finishing the course of antibiotics, or maybe I'm going back for seconds, I guess. I'd have to think. I've never done it, so I wouldn't know. Maybe at the world's most ashamed, anal curious straight man. Yeah, I don't know, doc. Yeah, it's still pretty bad. I'm gonna need another fucking. What's the antibiotic called? I think I'm gonna need another set of those moxicillin. No. The suppositories are pretty good. Yeah, because they make me quite nauseous. No. Oh. NL, I'm Polly. I heard you had questions. Okay, well, like it was. Can I just lampshade this first by saying that everybody I played Lethal Company with is a coward? They're so afraid to talk about issues relating to human sexuality. And I get it because they're sensitive. But like if you have the right opinions about them and a sense of curiosity, you don't have to be ashamed. Like you might accidentally say something wrong, but if you explain that it's coming from a place of curiosity instead of like a place of judgment, then we could all learn something, right? Anyway, so I was asking, like, there must be situations in like a throuple where like two of the partners are really into each other and then the third person's just like sort of there, right? And then they were like, so what? And I was like, well, that's gotta suck for them. But then people in my Discord were like, yeah, it happens sometimes, but then that person just like communicates or leaves. And I was like, oh, so it's the same as like in a normal, sorry, I shouldn't see, they were right. It's the same as in a more conventional arrangement. Get the hammers, get the hammers. Right? I feel like, and again, this is coming from a place of curiosity, not a place of judgment. I just feel like that would suck ass if you were like the other two members of the throuple, like fucking Crassus and Caesar are going at it nonstop, And I'm Pompey over here. I just want like a little crumb of love or something like that. But they're too busy like fucking going crazy on each other. And you're like, come on, man. It's supposed to be a throuple, man. What's going on? I guess Crassus would probably be the third wheel, but Challengers, but you're Zendaya. Wait a minute. I think I got to see this movie. I thought it was like a. I thought that the vibe was a little different. Stop pronouncing it throuple. I'm pronouncing it the way that it looks like it should be pronounced. Is it throuple? That doesn't sound right. That sounds like it should have two P's. Couple, thruple, thruple. It doesn't look like that though. It should lose the O. It sounds better. Thruple? Sadly, that is it. Thruple. Thruple? Needs two P's. They got to work on that. Again, this is coming from a place of curiosity. I'm not making, Jay Leno style jokes about Monica Lewinsky or whatever, okay? It's not bad faith. What is it called if there's four? A quadruple? A quuple? That's now a polycule. Okay, but why is it a rectangle square situation? Thruples are in a polycule, but not all polycules are thruples. Yes, you've got it. See, we're learning. We're breaking barriers here. We're learning something. This is not anti-poly at all. Admittedly, I'm just sort of, I guess, ignorant of the lifestyle. But I think back to like when I watched that fucked up documentary on polygamy, and like you start watching it and you're like, you feel bad for the wives because you're like, obviously this is like a system that is horrible for women. They're kind of raised in it, so they think it's normal and noble or whatever. But there's a little bit of like brainwashing going on. But then like I watched enough that I started to feel bad for the husbands too. And I was like, this motherfucker's got to keep like 12 wives happy. I'm sure that shit is exhausting. And that's kind of how I feel like about the concept of like a throuple. It's like I'm having enough trouble, just with one individual. We don't need to throw in like another dice roll. It just seems like I forget stuff as is, man. I don't know if I could handle it personally. Like I'm I don't have the interest, but B, just like organizationally, I don't think it vibes well with my kind of like, I don't know, my more half-assed personality, I suppose. Okay, hang on. Like you gotta have like you have like a shared calendar. I guess a lot of couples have a shared calendar too, but like, I mean, it's one of those things where I'm like, you must be like a true believer because it's a lot of work. You wouldn't keep doing it if it wasn't doing something for you. But I do feel bad for the person on the bottom of the totem pole. But maybe they don't always have. So maybe it's like it's Valve. It's a flat organization, and there's like no bosses or whatever. I don't know. This is why I'm trying to learn, man. Trying to learn about people. It's not judgmental. And you might say it's not judgmental and that's based, but actually it's like the opposite. It's not judgmental because I just don't care. It's more like it's curious, but like you could tell me something insane and I would be like, go get it. Live your life. Because it's none of my business. To be honest with you, what do I care? Okay. It's just interesting, though. It's interesting. Okay, hold. Oh! You ever have that situation where you got two dates on the same night at restaurants that are like across the street? from each other. So you gotta like go to one restaurant and then like change, like pull the napkin out of your collar and then like run across the street to the other restaurant. And then she's like, sure, we've sure been going to the bathroom a lot lately. All the time. You order like steak at the one restaurant, the other restaurant is a steakhouse, but you're like, oh, I can't have two steaks. So then you like order the fish, and she's like, fish at a steakhouse, and you're like, you don't get it, man. You don't fucking get it. Hey, hang on. Can you just level out the forces of turbidity that are making the ball move? I think like it's more interesting to ask questions about what I would describe as these more novel, like modern lifestyles. Because like there's not much to talk about when it comes to like the philosophy of like a heterosexual marriage, I think. Like stand-up comedians figured it out in the 1980s. It's well-trodden territory. Okay. Hold. Stop moving. Just hold. Hold, bro. Why are you moving? Oh, the ice is icy. Yeah. Why? Nobody knows. Okay, hold. Line it the fuck up. Turn off sprint. And now we must lock in. I was glancing at chat for 5 straight seconds. Yep, still doing it. Still okay. We're gonna pay attention. We're gonna walk straight ahead. It's just like an Isaac episode in 2014. You can't rely on chat to give you anything to talk about. You got to farm base takes. You know what it was like back in the days of based by correspondence, man? You'd come out with like a hot take in an Isaac episode. This shit wouldn't be posted until like 3 weeks from now. People would be shadowboxing you in the comments. You're like, brother, I'm not the same guy who uploaded the video. Like the man who uploaded it and the man who recorded it are 2 different men. The man that you're arguing with does not exist any longer. He's changed. Your words are falling on deaf ears. That's the most locked in anyone's ever been. Oh! Me at my murder trial. Your Honor, I didn't do that shit because I am a different person now. Yes, the individual, the collection of organs bearing my name committed the act. But I'm not a murderer. That guy was a murderer. New sovereign citizen technique just dropped. You guys are laughing now, but I'm the one who's going to be laughing when the income tax gets replaced with tariffs on all goods, and my bunch of bananas that now cost me $1.12 is going to cost me like $35. I'm going to be laughing all the way to the bank. Oh, man. Japanese fruit prices. So true. So true. I've been eating a fuckload of watermelon, man. It is the season, by the way, but if you haven't been eating watermelon, now's a great time to get into it. Makes me itchy. All right, maybe not you then. It does seem that you appear to be allergic. I got it in the fridge right now. It's got to be one of the foods that benefits the most from being cold, for sure. been a cosmic apple guy myself. Me too, actually. How did it happen? My daughter wanted apples, but there was like somebody was restocking the Fujis and the Honey Crisps. So I said, I guess I'll try one of these different apples rather than like asking them to move for a second. I got some Cosmic Crisps. Delicious. They're doing great work in the Apple game, man. They're good. They do sound like weed strains. Cosmic Crisp. Smoking on the shit that make my honey crisp. Washington State invented them. And, well, that makes perfect sense because isn't it called the Apple Cup when Washington State and the University of Washington play? Well, I would say, honestly, I don't know what the University of Washington invented. Unless they invented the Fuji apple, I'm inclined to say that WSU wins that one. They invented Bill Gates. I don't even know what to say about that in 2024. Did you know you're not allowed to bring apples from West Washington into East Washington? I did not know that. I'm inclined to say that that's one of those things that actually like preserves our local ecosystems rather than just sounding like the dumbest rule of all time. It does seem impossible to enforce, though. Reminds me of like, you know what? This is back when I was a good little soldier and I answered all the questions too honestly. Listen, again, I don't know how neurodivergent I am. There's certainly something divergent about my neuron. One of the things about it is that and I think a lot of people are going to relate to this to the point where I almost don't even want to say it. But when people ask me a question, I tell them the answer instead of reading between the lines and telling them the answer that they want to hear. So like one of the first times that Kate and I crossed the border, I remember like the border guard was like, "Are you bringing any meat into the country?" And I was like, "I have a sausage McMuffin from McDonald's in this bag up here." And then he looked at me like I was trolling him or something. And I was like, "What do you want from me, man? You asked me if I had any meat. I got a sausage patty right here. If you only meant like raw, uncooked meats or something like that, then like you should say, are you bringing in any fucking raw meat from a farm? Because this is meat. The sausage is meat. I don't know what to tell you." Like, I don't want to get Johnny Depp in Australia. Got to make the fucking video apology or something like that, where I'm like, "Yeah, I tried to smuggle a sausage McMuffin into the country sausage McMuffins were invented in. I didn't know that wasn't okay." And all the fucking cops in the comments are like, "You didn't know? This is like the first thing you learn at the day one of school is you can't, sausage McMuffins are made of meat. What did you think they were made of?" Instead, people are like, you know, "Oh my God, he answered the question honestly. Just say you've got no meat, man." I'm like, "What are you?" But I had meat. I had meat. So now you just lie. But what's fucked up is that everybody lies, but you can't tell them that you lie. You have to pretend that you're telling the truth, even though everybody knows that everybody's lying at least a little bit. Like, why are we doing this to each other? But I could feel it in the energy from the border guard. Like, when I said I had a sausage McMuffin up in the bag here, I could see in his eyes that he was like, "Bro, why didn't you just lie to me?" I'm like, sorry, I didn't know the rules. And they're like, there are no rules. You have to derive the rules from either experience or from runtime. Like, I know I've said this before, and people like they take issue with it. But like, whenever you go through the border and they ask you like, do you have anything to declare? I'm like, I don't know how to answer the question because I don't know what declaring fucking means. Because there's times when I've like bought stuff and then I'm like, we bought like $20 worth of groceries or something. And they're like, oh, that's nothing. And I'm like, am I not declaring it? Like, I don't understand. You only have to declare stuff over a certain amount of money that changes based on the amount of time you spend in the country? Or are you supposed to? I don't get it, man. I don't know the rules. That's why you're the one in the booth and I'm the one in the car. So now I just always say no. Even though there's been times I've had some shit to declare, man. The border guards must get it, right? Like if they ever pull you into secondary and you've got shit to declare, and they're like, why didn't you declare it? Can't you just look at them and be like, would you? I'm sure I mean, it's their job. I get it, but. Okay, hold. That's smuggling? Oh, don't use the fucking biblical term. Legally, is it like a little bit of smuggling? To take 24 Korean cans of tuna that can only be purchased in Washington State across the border and then drop them off at my mother-in-law's house because that's the brand of tuna she likes the most? Yeah, okay, legally it's probably smuggling. You know what else is smuggling? Buying shit on Play Asia and telling the person shipping it to write that it's a gift so you don't have to pay customs, you fucking hypocrite. I know you're not paying customs on those Figma. Now hang on, I have to lock in. These are very important times. Journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single Morales. Just hold. You just got to hold your focus for like another 5 seconds. He's done it. He's done it. He's still done it. He's done it. Okay. Whew. Best part of my child not liking her lunch yesterday? I get to eat her lunch for lunch today. Ooh, 3/4 of a chicken and cheese quesadilla dipped in Father Ryan's fucking nothing oil. Still sounds good, man. Breaks up the monotony of the peanut butter sandwich. Also, my kid gaslit me. She made us look like bad parents. So she had a class in the morning on Sunday. Then we have like a little break. And then she has another class, okay? Like, not really like an activity. So we pick her up from the first class. We go out for lunch. We were at the restaurant for an hour and 15 minutes. Plenty of time to eat. We were like, you got to eat. She's like, I don't really like it. I think it's yucky. I'm like, it's not yucky. It's tortilla and cheese. You love it. You've been eating it for years. Either way, she didn't eat too much. She went to her next activity. We dropped her off, drove home. As soon as we get home, Kate got a phone call. And I could hear like through the speaker. It was like, hey, this is the teacher from like this activity. Your daughter is saying she's too hungry to do the activity. Like, did she eat? And we were like, yeah, she ate. We literally just came from a restaurant. And then they were like, okay, well, it's really like disrupting the activity. Is it okay if we give her a fruit to go? And I was like, yeah, it's fine. But like when I got there, I was kind of pissed off. I was like, why are you telling the teacher we're bad parents? We were literally just at a restaurant where you were eating. And even the teacher was giving me like a, not necessarily like an I think you're a bad dad look, but giving me a look of like, I didn't really want to deal with your kid today. Like, this is not daycare. This is like a real activity. And I just want to tell him, like, no disrespect. I really respect what you guys do here, but it is daycare. She's 3. You're not, none of this information is sticking. You might be stoking like the fires of inspiration that maybe could affect her life later and lead her to find a hobby, but she's 3.5 years old. Like, it's daycare. Mostly we're dropping her off at a place where she gets to like do an activity, but also like somebody's watching the door to make sure she doesn't run out into traffic and get hit by a car. So that like my wife and I can have like a 45-minute break. I'm sure you do stuff that's not daycare. You have older kids come in here from time to time. But like toddlers, that's daycare. Yeah, I had to teach some 5-year-olds when I was in Korea. I had some classes where I taught like 13-year-olds. 7 out of 8 of them not paying attention. One of them, you know, you could see the light bulbs going off in their brain. You're teaching a class full of 5-year-olds, it's songs and clapping, man. Songs, snacks, and clapping. That's it. You got to know your role. He's pretty chill, though. I'm not trying to light him up. I wouldn't want to deal with somebody else's kid having a bad attitude either. But that's, I guess, when he like rolled his eyes, I should have been like, I know, right? You tell me. Instead, I was like, what do you say fuck me for? I should have tried to find a way to bring us together instead of immediately going on the defensive, I suppose. Yeah, we got to unite against our kid. Not against, but, you know. Got to be a united front. There should be a parent union. I'm going to take advantage of as an employee of my daughter's business. Like, the hours are crazy. It's like almost a 24/7 job. And then also you're on call 24/7. Like, we should not be having any more 9 p.m. bedtimes. That's insanity. That should be like codified in the collective bargaining agreement. 7:45 pajamas, brush your teeth, 8 p.m. story time, 8:30 lights out. Not, it's 9 p.m. We stepping out the damn bathtub. Like, can I help you? How is that her fault? Listen, okay? People are busy. Caught? I had an 8 p.m. bedtime until 6th grade. I feel that. I remember in 6th grade, our teacher asked us what our bedtime was. I'm trying not to damn anybody in chat with this, okay? But like, I probably went to bed around 9 when I was in the 6th grade. And I remember some girl in the class was like, I go to bed at 11. And the whole class was basically like, what the fuck? 11 o'clock? Like, that's an adult bedtime. That's madness. And she's my only data point for like a middle schooler going to bed that late. And I don't want to replicate that lifestyle. Because I saw the results. She also said she never drank water because she didn't like the taste. Like, that's what we're dealing with here. Saved. Is she still alive? I honestly have no idea. There's probably like a 97% chance she is, but the human body is very resilient. That's the first thing you need to know. Get it twisted. Could be watching. Yeah, she could be. Hello, Chibli. My bedtime was 2 a.m. in the 6th grade. Now, listen, this could go one of two ways, okay? Because I think, like, when I taught in Korea, lots of middle schoolers went to bed at like 1 a.m. Because they, like, go to school, finish school, eat something, then they go to, like, academy, and they go to, like, 6 different academies, and then they get home at, like, 10, eat dinner, and then they have to do 3 hours of homework. But if we're talking about it like a D-Gen 2 a.m. in the 6th grade, I need to know more about your life story. Like, what happened after that? Because you're not in the 6th grade anymore. Did you go to school? Because, like, if you woke up at, I'm assuming, like, let's say 7 or something like that, you went to bed at 2, I want to know, like, the effects on your body of, not to be too sensitive, but, like, of getting 5 hours of sleep when you're 12 years old. Because, like, I probably could prioritize getting more sleep as an adult. Sleep is obviously good for you. And it's a form of preventative medicine. But I'm also like, it's not like I'm going to be in the NBA if I start getting 8 hours of sleep a night. But, like, the time in your life when you should be eating like crazy and sleeping like crazy is definitely, like, 0 to 18. It's like after that, the cake is kind of set, I feel. Don't. You can still change, like, you want sprinkles or, like, fruit on the top, but... My memory is rapidly declining. I'm 17. I sleep 6 to 7 hours a night. See, because you're putting me on notice here. When I was 17, that's about how much sleep I was getting. I was watching reruns of My So-Called Life on YTV. I think it aired at 11:15, finished at 11:40 or so. Then I went to bed, get up at like 6:45. Listening to Elwood Blues on K-Rock. Yeah, are you smoking weed, bro? Because that can do it too. I've been told. Yes. Okay, hang on. Just wait. All right. I feel like 6 is okay, right? No, I don't think so. No? It's different strokes for... Listen, getting more sleep is obviously good. I'm not saying sleep is fake. I would say, like, on average, I sleep like 11 to 5:45. So that's basically like 6 hours, especially when you factor in that it gets like all... It gets interrupted all the time. And maybe it's just I've been in it so long that I don't know how decroded I am, but I actually feel like I feel pretty good, I think. I feel normal, at least. You have a child is different? What the fuck? Like, my arteries are like, don't get hard. You have a kid? Hang on. It's like when actors were smoking, right? These cigarettes don't count. Don't get emphysema, bro. It's for a movie. I'm not a smoker. I'm smoking cigarettes for a movie. Couldn't you just sleep in till 7? Yeah, but then like, something's got to give, right? Then I wouldn't be exercising. I place a lot of value on the exercise. That one's my bad. Hold. This is a very turbulent area here. Might get stuck a bit. That's important. You should be proud of yourself. Thank you, Chibli. Very cool. Chibli, can I tell you something? I don't mean this as it is an insult, but I don't mean it as an insult. If you really stop and think about it, it's actually like one of the greatest compliments you can get as a streamer. I am a little surprised to see you doing Elden Ring streams to prepare for the Elden Ring DLC. Because if you're obsessed with Elden Ring and you want to play it, live your truth, okay? But I don't see that as being where your strengths lie. Like I see that like Andre 3000 doing a instrumental jazz flute album. It's like, if that's what you want to do, if that's where your passion is, then you should live your truth. But at the same time, we really want the Art of Storytelling Part 3. We're all waiting for the Art of Storytelling Part 3. We're all waiting for another Eastern European game from Playway Studios that is like, you know, Casino Dealer Simulator or something like that. I'm not playing it. It's just a filler segment. Okay. I appreciate that. He called Elden Ring filler. We're the only two streamers on the platform that are speaking the truth right now. Based. Chib, are you going to play Once Upon a Time too? It just came out. It's got mostly positive reviews on Steam. Do you want me to read the tags again? There's lots of stuff. Some of which you might be into, some of which might be a deal breaker. I don't know. Everybody's different. Oh, you already beat it. All right. +2. I get it. And he won the game by breathing manually. Oh, man. No! Sorry, I was looking at it on Steam. You know what I was thinking about, Chibli? It's crazy the way life works out. I think if we were the same age, we wouldn't be friends. Like if we went to school together, I don't think we'd be friends. I think I would resent you. Because I'm funny, but I have like the kind of humor that turns people away. And you're funny, but you have like the kind of humor that brings people together. So I think like in the high school lunchroom, I would have been like, yeah, he's funny, but he's not that funny. Why does he have like so many more friends than me? And then I'd be ripping into like, you know, material inspired by Dennis Miller and shit as like age 15. And then people would just be like, that's pretty funny. And then Chib would be like, what, the tuna? Taco Wednesday? What in the tuna just happened here? And people would be like, that's the funniest shit I've ever heard. And I would be like, it's funny, but it's not that funny. It took me being mature, I think. A world where I was older and more mature and more willing to, you know, accept my own strengths and weaknesses in order to... I'm saying it's hard to be your friend, I guess is what I'm trying to say. It's hard to be your friend. But through a lot of practice and, you know, mistakes and perseverance, we got there. We got there. Karma, he's Swifty posting. Karma is the ball rolling down the hill. There it goes. It's kind of nice. It's a break for the ball, too. You're a puss. You wouldn't do it. It actually picked up speed on the incline. How does that make sense? Riddle me this shit, Isaac Newton. Speaking of tuna, I'm going to a tinned fish party tonight. Least aristocratic Danish viewer be like, tinned fish party, huh? I gotta say, I love fish and I love tins. I've really only had one tinned fish, one type, and it's tuna. I've never had a tinned salmon or like a tinned herring or even a canned sardine, as far as I know. I kind of get down with fish, though. It's crazy, too, because I'm one of those guys, you don't see too many of us this modern day, but I'm also the fishier the better type of guy. You know, like the sushi pieces that sometimes people don't like because they say this one's a little too fishy for me? That's the stuff I get down with the most. I mean, what else do you want me to say? Women love him. So true. I mean, they're calling me the catch of the century. The guy who doesn't mind trading his tuna piece for your mackerel piece. Hang on. This is lock-in central. Hold, hold, hold. Hold. I'm just staring at Chad. There you go. Gotta grab it. Left one was feeling a little left out. We go back in there, looking pretty well balanced. Give the left a squeeze, the right a squeeze. Give the right a squeeze. It's been a minute. Little how's your father? Okay, next time. Next time. Yep. He's as locked in as a ballpark bathroom. I'm going to let chat do an Am I the Asshole on this one, okay? Had my daughter at a used bookstore yesterday. While paying, she starts doing the pee-pee dance. It's what toddlers do when they have to go to the bathroom. They don't say, I need to go potty. You have to guess based on their actions. So I say, you have to go potty? She say, yeah. I say, okay. So we go to a coffee shop. In Vancouver, it's always a dice roll. Am I going to have to ask for a key? Is the door going to be open? Is there going to be shit all over the toilet seat? Whatever. Is there going to be a code that I'm going to have to ask for? So I walk into the coffee shop. I take her all the way to the bathrooms. The door is open. I go in. I let her use the bathroom, obviously. I was not locked in there. Then, when we were leaving, I was like, I should buy something because the washroom is supposed to be customers only. Then I looked at the only employee that was working in the coffee shop, and it was like a 17-year-old. And I was like, buddy doesn't give a shit if I like buy a coffee. So I just walked out. Am I the asshole? Not the asshole. Not the asshole. Well, I would just say, riddle me this. If your washroom is for customers only, how was I able to take a piss in the toilet without buying something? It appears that the bathroom has been mislabeled. My piss flowed totally fine from my urethra into the toilet. Sorry, it was a double flusher. Toddler exception. I appreciate that. I mean, I honestly don't feel like I should have to eat like a 300-calorie scone just because my daughter had to take a piss, honestly. Yeah, we didn't make a... I mean, I'm not going to say we left no mess. We left no visible mess, but obviously there's the wear and tear of like one flush on the toilet and a little bit of paper towel and soap, but... Just leave them a $5 bill on the counter. I'm not paying $5 to use the bathroom. What is this, Italy? It's madness. It's still going. It is. It is going. Did you tip the attendant? You didn't happen to see anything at all, did you? You guys know the cable guy? It's going for a bit of a journey here. All the way back to the scarecrows, huh? Saved. Oh, man. Sometimes I feel like I'm the cable guy. Yeah, I remember. Josh Brolin, Deadpool 2, right? Sometimes I did the same, misusing my power, full of resentment. Sometimes I did the opposite, using my power appropriately, full of joy and jolly cooperation. The celebration of Ricky was all around me. Ricky? Yeah, because it's the opposite of Lucy, bro. Never watched Nick at Night? I found myself sleeping in a hotel room. Anyway, to enter into a fair contract with the caterpillar. Yeah, I got a couple Kendrick songs on the Peloton playlist. All Right, King Kunta. These Walls. That might be the only, because I don't want to put, listen, half the songs on it could easily go on the playlist, but you don't want the whole playlist to be like To Pimp a Butterfly. You just take the very creamiest of the cream off the top. What about Not Like Us? I don't want to be this guy. Okay, I don't want to make the Kendrick super fans angry, but I kind of like don't like when he does the Kendrick voice. And he seems to do it a lot in that song. And also, I don't really care about Drake. Like, I'm not invested in the beef. So I'm more of a To Pimp a Butterfly sort of guy. The voice is peak. It's just not my preferred Kendrick, okay? Money Trees is on the playlist too. Money Trees is on the playlist. What's the voice? I can't do it, but you know the voice. There's like, listen, I don't know it. I don't know how to describe it. I don't mean this as bad as it sounds, but he has like the voice where he sounds like himself. And then he has the voice where he kind of sounds like he's doing like a Bubbles from Trailer Park Boys impression. He's one of the preeminent artists of our time. I'm just saying he has the voice. I'm not doing the voice, Reverend Mother Jessica, dipped in the Fremen Seach's Water of Life oil. Would you do the voice to save someone's life? I did the voice once, and it's haunted me ever since. Keep it going. Keep it going. Keck WQ. Keck WQ. What do you think is bad about doing the voice? My impression of the voice will not be good. It'll be embarrassing to do. I'm getting that energy right now where, like, you know, the nerd in your class tells you something embarrassing, like he's been practicing the dance to Canned Heat by Jamiroquai all weekend, and then everybody else in the class starts pressuring him to do the dance because it'll be funny as fuck. But then the kid is like, I don't want to do the dance because you're all going to laugh at me. And then they all gaslight him into being like, no, bro, we just want to see the dance. We just want to see the dance. It'll be cool as shit to see you dance to Jamiroquai. And then they start doing it and everybody starts laughing. And you're like, oh, man, this is... this is awkward, but a little funny. Just say a lyric so we know you're cool. I've been on both sides of this Canned Heat interaction, okay? And they both feel bad. I'm recusing myself from the situation. We got to be better than this, man. You gonna come to my tinned fish party? Nah, it sounds like places to get your last known photograph taken at. But I'm sure you're like, it's cool or whatever. What are you talking about? Well, I don't know. Like, eating a tin of fish is not that weird. Throwing a tinned fish party. Like, no disrespect. Isn't that the shit that, like, millennials are doing to spice up their social lives when they decided that they're going to be child-free? I've seen all those, like, you know, millennials are throwing parties where they have to give PowerPoint presentations. And I'm like, you can catch me at the indoor playground, man. I'm not showing up at the potluck and giving a 10-minute PowerPoint presentation about Twitch.tv. I'd rather do a lot of. I'd rather do the Canned Heat dance. They bang. I believe if you got the right crowd, it could bang. I don't want to do it though. I'd rather go to board game night, and that's saying something for a guy like me. They wouldn't invite you anyway? Yeah, because they already know too much about my job because they've been watching me for 6 months. You like board games, though? Yeah, like the ones that take like 2 minutes to learn and a lifetime to master, like Sushi Go and shit like that. Euchre, yeah, dude, Euchre. You ever worry other daycare parents might see your content? I say this sincerely, and it took me a while to get here, but this is how I genuinely feel. I'm not doing anything wrong. I don't know what else to say. Like, why would I? I'm not embarrassed. Sometimes I'm embarrassed when I explain it. Just because I'm like, I don't know, it's a little unusual. But like, I don't know. Like if you're a stand-up comedian or something like that, do you get embarrassed if like somebody that your daughter is friends with like watched your special? I mean, that's your job. That's what it's there for. It's like being a chef and being like, oh, what if Jenny's parents eat at my restaurant? You're the one who opened the doors, bro. That's good for business. Yeah, they'd probably feel embarrassed if I saw them at work, you know, like doing emergency surgery in the ICU or fucking sending emails and shit. They'd be like, why are you watching me, bro? What if you did OnlyFans? Well, I think that would be different for me, but I think that's a problem with me and maybe with society. Not a problem necessarily with the role. But if you like show your nude body online and you genuinely don't care if people recognize you, I think you're built different. Because like I don't even like that my wife knows what I look like with my shirt off. That's like one of the most intimate secrets between the two of us. So like to take that and multiply it by like 1,000,000 strangers, that would take a while for me to wrap my head around, I think. You've exposed your breasts to your wife? Yeah, on occasion. It's true. Aren't you fit? Yeah, like I'm doing okay, but still like, I don't know. Like, other men in their 30s feel this way. Like, you know when you take off your shirt and like your nipples look like eyes and then your belly button looks like a mouth? So it kind of looks like your whole midsection is doing this. And you're like looking at your midsection in the mirror and you're like, who the fuck invited this guy? And he's just like, not really. You need to do drugs. I'm just kidding. I don't know. Maybe you got to add a couple percentages of body fat to understand that. I don't know. Yeah, but I'm like, who brought this guy? Aren't you like 3% body fat? Nah, I'm pretty sure that's like dangerous. To be honest, that seems bad. Losing weight seems fucked up anyway, because I've heard like, what was the main reason anyone would lose weight for? Make their dick look bigger. Okay, so I've heard like, every 20 pounds you lose adds like a half an inch to your visible dick size or whatever. But like, is it worth it? Because like, I feel like if I lost 20 pounds, I'd be losing like at least a quarter inch off of my girth too. So I got to do some kind of like analysis. Can somebody do like a linear regression and tell me like what my optimal weight should be? There's no dick fat? What are you talking about? Bro, I've seen some fat dicks, okay? You're going to tell me there's no lipids stored there? That doesn't make sense. Next, you're going to tell me there's no bone in that motherfucker. Okay, why do they call it a boner then? Dr. Zayas? Nine minutes. No. Dr. Zayas, formerly Chuck's. The other daycare parent that just tuned into the stream. Yeah, okay. But I don't know, I'm not embarrassed, like, because I'm not a narcissist, but I have a healthy level of self-confidence, not about the appearance of my midsection, but about the ideas that flow forth from my brain. If they're like, why were you talking about that shit? Why were you talking about fat being on the penis? I would be like, are you seeing the chat? People are laughing, man. They're having a good time. It's like asking a DJ why they're spinning all those records up there. Because you're pretending to be working. Otherwise, people will get mad at you for being on stage. What am I supposed to do? Just like not talk at all for the whole stream? And then like tweet some fucked up alt-right shit on Twitter and then go live again to like 10,000 gift subs pouring in and people are like, we knew you were the GOAT. And I'm like, I don't even say anything, man. It would be a great April 1st idea though. Oh, man. Hold. We're talking about real experience. I don't know why people won't talk about dicks, man. It's not weird. It's weird to think that a dick is. There are weird dicks, but dicks is a concept. It's weird to think that dicks are weird. When we all know the vaginas are like way weirder. Hang on, we're gonna walk that back a little bit. We can't get it. True though, true. Oh man. Hold. Balls are probably weirder, but it's like overdone. This is a little weird, okay? And some of you are gonna like cringe physically when you hear this, but like, what does a testicle look like on the inside of the testicle? Because I really feel like if you were to like bisect one, it would be like ramen noodles in there. Kind of. It's like a little brain. It kind of is. That's crazy. Like, there's some skin on my body where, like, I don't know, or some parts of my body where I'm like, I don't know what the fuck is going on in there. Again, am I adding a little sauce to this? Yes, but I think should be able to talk about human anatomy that we all interface with in one way or the other without being like little kids about it. Like, what the fuck is the head of your dick made out of, man? Because it doesn't appear naturally anywhere else on the body. It's like 20 times thicker than the skin that surrounds it and a different color. Like, what the fuck were they cooking when they made that, man? That's like when you open a Lego set and it's like 99% the 2x4 bricks that you've seen, and then there's like one piece where you're like, what am I doing with this? You're like looking at the box, like, where does this motherfucker go? Oh, there it goes. Fits perfectly. They're poorly designed. First off, I'm not like other girls. I feel like it wasn't designed. I feel like it's evolution. I feel like it's an accident. Secondly, I feel like the dick is pretty good at doing what it's supposed to do, quote unquote, supposed to do from Mother Nature's perspective. Cum delivery system. Piss delivery system. Could it be better? Yeah, probably. Like, I think it'd be sick if you could control it like you could control like your finger or your tongue or something. That would open up like a lot of avenues. It's kind of like, I mean, you can do some work with it, but it's kind of like a blunt instrument, right? But like, I guess evolution just decided like that's not necessary. Which is fine, you know, you got to work with what you got. Imagine you could move your dick like a finger and you could scratch your balls with your dick. Why does that have the same energy as the Kevin Smith tweet? 20 years of marriage and we're still scratching our balls with our dicks. Oh, man. She pawns my dick, balls, brown area. Oh, man. Oh, man, that is funny. It's crazy how babies can't do anything for like 4 years. It is crazy. I mean, they can't do anything for like, they can't do much for like, I don't know, like 12 years, basically. I mean, our daughter's 3. We're basically, she's almost 4, I guess. And we're at the point where like, I now feel like I can leave her alone in a room for like 5 minutes and not have to check every minute to make sure she didn't like swallow a battery or something. That's a big step though, because it means like I can poop with the door closed. Oh, what? Did you get like it's elastic? me at the book fair. I get it. I get it. Dude, also, you want to take 90s maxing to the max? When I was at that used bookstore yesterday, I bought 3 books. They didn't have price tags on them. I brought them up to the cash. She just looked at it for like a second, and she's like, I'm going to charge you $4 for these 2, and this one's going to be $10. And I was like, okay. That was kind of like in the range of what I assumed that the prices were going to be. I wasn't out here haggling. Like, to be honest, I didn't want the books that much anyway. You know, I could have walked away, but it felt like being back in the like Mesopotamia or something. I was like, there's no price tag? And she wrote the shit down in like a lined notebook on a piece of paper. Like with a pen, in cursive. I was like, this shit does not exist. This is an experience I haven't had since like 1996. Is this on Main Street? Nah, we were chilling on West 4th. You know how it is. We're pogging up. Getting a couple of books. Getting the snack at Brecca. Not really exploring much else because my daughter had to go to the bathroom. Marg Tower. Then we went to the Museum of Fine Arts. Had a great time. Chilled at the Cubs game. Another Marg Tower. I know what you're talking about. Favorite restaurant on Maine that isn't published? I haven't been to published. You got to talk to Corey about that. I'm a Sing girly. Let me think about what else is on Maine. I mean, if we're talking Maine, I mean, Brass Neck Brewery's pretty goated as you get a little further north. I'm trying to think of what's out there. Main Street. It's been a bit, man. It's been a bit since I've perused Main Street. Oh, no! Well, it's perfect timing. Let's just figure out where we're stopped here. Or are we? Is this game even fun? True fun comes from within. The fun exists within my brain. I am a divine being. Life was whispered into me by 2 people that loved me. No game can either create nor destroy the dopamine that exists in my own cerebrum. I don't give the ones and zeros that much power. Clip farming? All right, you caught me. Librarian, you gonna watch some Wong Kar-wai films? You gonna watch In the Mood for Love, you son of a bitch? I'm workshopping the way to end the next clip. Life was whispered into me like Tony Lung whispered into the rock at the end of In the Mood for Love. And you deign to speak to me? Spoilers? I haven't seen it. I just read a lot of essays, man. Okay, give me a second here. Hold. It's Pride Month. You should watch Happy Together. I already watched Bros, okay? I was going to say I'm good for a lifetime, but I think that comes across the wrong way. Plus, I thought Bros was pretty good. I understand why there was backlash to Bros. Because Billy Eichner, when it underperformed at the box office, said straight people don't want to see it. And then straight people were like, if he said that shit, then I'm never going to fucking see it. I'm straight and I saw it. I thought it was like a 7 out of 10. I thought it was pretty good. You're a top 10 ally? I honestly must have mental problems because I believe that. I mean, I don't know if I'm really out there like doing anything to help the cause, but you could tell me anything and I would be like, that's great for you. Like, go get it. I only judge people for like perceived social faux pas in the grocery store. What they do in the bedroom is not really my business, man. In fact, what they do in the kitchen is none of my business, quite frankly. Or like in the living room or steps to the basement. Crawl space doesn't bother me. That's what it's there for. No, 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 no. Is this a reference to the closet? No, it's a reference to having intercourse in rooms in your house that are not the bedroom. Roommate's bed when he goes home for Thanksgiving. You know, that old chestnut. Just mixing it up a little bit. Washing the sheets. If you get a chance, like don't, ruin your day over it or whatever. Hold. My roommate did that once. I found his blank, blank, blank on my bed. Did he hit you with the wasn't me? Dude, can you imagine how good this would feel on your palms? This shit would be so fucking relaxing. Look. Oh, man. Yes, this would heal me. Yes. Get it twisted. Put your hand into the thing that the bowling balls come up through at the bowling alley. What could go wrong? Oh, man. Okay. Slash marker. That's Sisyphus. It was a good day. It was a good day for Sisyphus. Let me see if Kate is ready to stream. Hello. Are you ready to stream? Can I also tell you? Let's put a slash marker in here if I didn't do it already. Sorry. Short-term memory loss. I passed a huge husband test last night. My wife said, what do you want for dinner? I said, we got leftover samgyeopsal in the fridge. We could just have that. She said, let's have that tomorrow. Let's order in tonight, something like pizza. I appreciated that, first off. But I've been around the block a couple of times. I said I would be remiss if I didn't ask some follow-up questions. Then I said, what kind of pizza do you want? And I'm telling you sincerely, she said, any pizza's okay. I wouldn't even mind a weird pizza tonight. And I tried to ask some probing questions to figure out what a weird pizza is. But she was just like, like any pizza. But even a pizza that's like not a usual pizza would be okay. And she was not like open to getting any more specific. I went to the pizza place's website. I was like, not weird enough, too weird. Back it up. I got a pizza that had grilled chicken and corn and a few other diced vegetables on it and like a non-tomato sauce. I was nervous, man. When she opened it up, she took a look and said, this is exactly what I wanted. Ooh. Find someone who can match your freak. It was just weird enough, but not too weird. Because as she was eating it, she was like, I could have even gone weirder than this. And I said, well, there was a butter chicken pizza, but I thought maybe that might be a little too weird for you. And she said, you know what? That would have been too weird for me. And I was like, I'm dialed in today, man. Chad GPT could never. It would have been like a pepperoni pizza with shit sauce or something like that. That's the kind of thing you can only get the nuance from a human being with 10 plus years of marriage experience. Not to mention 35 years of pizza training. The female challenges the male's creativity and providing ability in the age-old courtship ritual. That's kind of true. Well, I don't know. It might have just... Sometimes a pizza's just a pizza. But you know, it's kind of how I felt. Oh, man. All right. Maybe the pizza was too weird because I didn't get a Discord message in reply that said, when I said, hi, are you ready to stream? So I'll send you over there. Enjoy your evenings. I'll see you tomorrow. Later.